Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started. If everyone's settled in their seats. Good afternoon. I would like to welcome all members and guests to the June 23rd, 2026 Council meeting. Our meetings are web streamed and televised. Please ensure that your phones are on silent mode. For those attending virtually, please mute yourselves when not speaking. When called upon to speak, please turn your camera on and unmute yourself. Staff in attendance, please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature to be called upon and remove it after speaking. With that, I call the June 23rd, 2026 Council meeting to order. Roll call, everyone is present. Mayor Martin sends her regrets. Next on our agenda item is our ceremonial activities, and that would be our Indigenous acknowledgement. The municipality of Norfolk County is committed to furthering truth and reconciliation in our communities. We recognize the historical and current contributions of Indigenous peoples throughout Canada, and particularly in Norfolk County, that have added to the rich cultural and social fabric that exists here today. We will strive to continually strengthen and develop the spirit of respect, cooperation, and collaboration to the mutual benefit of all Norfolk County residents. With that, we'll move on to the approval of the agenda and changes to the agenda. Council has the agenda before them. We have two proposed changes to the agenda. First one is to move agenda item 13.5.1, Facilities Master Plan, St. Williams Community Center, CAO-26-024, to follow the deputations on the same topic. To move agenda item 15.1, Councillor Michelle's motion, St. Williams Fire Hall Community Center, to immediately follow the staff report 13.5.1. May I have a motion to amend the agenda as presented? We will require a 2/3 majority. And we have a mover, Councillor Michelle, seconder, Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Brenton, Councillor Duthie, all in favor? And that is carried. Please note the following. Councillor Van Passen has requested to pull the following item. Agenda item 11.2, Council and Committee meeting minutes, June 11th, 2026. Re-agenda item 8.5.4, Municipal Accommodation Tax and Short-Term Rental Bylaw, CAO-26-021 for further discussion. Agenda item 11.2, Council and Committee meeting minutes, June 11th, 2026. Re-agenda item 8.5.1, community-led initiatives, commemorative veterans crosswalk, CAO-26-022. And agenda item 8.4, letter from James Christensen, President, Branch 79, Simcoe Legion. Councillor Columbus has also requested to pull agenda item 11.2, Council and Committee meeting minutes, June 11th, 2026. Re-agenda item 8.5.1, community-led initiatives, commemorative veterans crosswalk, CAO 26-022. I need a drink. And Councillor Michelle has requested to pull the following. Agenda item 8.3, St. Williams petition. Agenda item 8.5.2, Facilities Master Plan. Agenda item 11.2, Council and Committee meeting minutes, June 11th, 2026. Re-agenda item 8.5.4, Municipal Accommodation Tax and Short-Term Rental Bylaw, CAO-26-021 for further discussion. Okay, at this point in time, I will ask, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Early closed session, we do not have an early closed session today. Consent items, we have one consent item today. It is item 5.1, it is Development Charge Stakeholder Session Follow-Up, CS-26-100. May I have a motion to receive consent item 5.1 as presented? Oh, sorry, I jumped ahead. Okay, and who, that's it, just the consent item? Okay, may I have a seconder, a motion? Councillor Brunton, seconder, Councillor Vanden Rishi, and all in favor? And that motion is carried. Deputations. We have 4 deputations today. Item number 6.1, Mr. Jealous and Ms. Angrish. The Angrish Group, re-agenda item 13.2.3, Bluegrass Estates, Phase 4. And if you would like to come to the podium, and the button for the microphone is on the right-hand side. Welcome. You have 5 minutes for your deputation, and I'll give you approximately 1 minute warning when you're just about done, if I keep time properly.
Okay. Thank you, Chair and members of Council. My name is Benjamin Jealous, and I'm here along with my father, Joe Jealous, and we are the developers of the Bluegrass Estates subdivision in Delhi. And today we are happy to be proposing Phase 4 of our subdivision. To start, we'd like to consider a brief history of these lands. Now, currently, these lands are designated as protected industrial, which would mean future medium to heavy scale industrial operations. But this area went through a major change when Argyle Avenue was rerouted. And we believe that that road change prompts a redesignation and rezoning of these lands. Can we please have our first slide? It should be labeled Council Meeting Picture 1. Now, prior to 2019, Norfolk County had long planned for Argyle Avenue to extend straight east to Fertilizer Road. And as you can see, if the image can be pulled up, that would have cut directly through the Vandervelde farm, or whom you may know better as Wholesome Pickings. And actually, Mr. David Vandervelde is here with us in chambers today to show his support and answer any questions. And there's the picture. Mr. Vandervelde had taken over this farm from his father, and his main concern was that this road layout would cut directly through his prime agricultural land and negatively impact his farming operations. So in order to solve this problem, we proposed an alternative design in our first pre-consultation meeting in 2019. Can we have our next slide, please? In this design, instead of going through the middle of the farm, the road is brought south and then east along the edge of the property. And this road layout achieves the road connection, but in a way that keeps the Vandervelde farm in one piece. And in 2022, Phase 3 of Bluegrass Estates was approved, and it was decided that this road would be constructed as part of the next phase of development, or Phase 4, which we are discussing here today. Can we please show our next slide? In this phase, we will build the extension to Fertilizer Road and bring online 38 new units of residential, 3 light industrial blocks, and 1 commercial block, all fully serviced. But to make that possible, we began working on the needed official plan amendment. At the time, that process had to be done through a municipal comprehensive review, so we worked along with the Grow Norfolk study. And in 2024, we presented this redesignation to Council, and to our delight, it received Council's approval. Now, after some time, the province approved the county official plan, but withheld a decision on 9 properties. Our development was one of those properties. Afterwards, the Norfolk Planning Department explained to us that this meant we needed to prepare further studies and reports that would support our design, and to make an application to amend the official plan through this municipal process here today. Our engineer, Bob Phillips, and our planner, Ruchika Angrish, carried out all these reports and studies that were necessary, and I will invite her up shortly to speak. But before I do, we would also like to address the neighbors who have written in their concerns, most of whom oppose the commercial and light industrial portions of this development, and who would like to see the entire lands be residential. We too share your desire, and we have actually proposed as much residential as the setbacks will allow for. Again, this land is currently designated for protected industrial, which means future medium to heavy scale industrial operations. We are trying to change that, and we want to develop as much of the land as we can as residential. But where setbacks from existing sites have prevented us, we have downgraded the uses to commercial and light industrial, which complement the neighborhood. If our application is refused, this land will remain as future heavy protected industrial. Now I'd like to invite Ruchika Angrish to explain the planning rationale.
Thanks, Ben. Good afternoon, everybody. Ben has given great detail of information, and given the time constraint, I'll only touch very briefly on the planning aspects. I don't need to run through the full PowerPoint presentation. So as Ben had explained, given the changes to this area over last several decades, we are limited to do any kind of heavy or medium industrial uses on the property because of the surrounding residential areas that have long established now. Medium density industrial uses require 70 meters, and heavy industrial uses require minimum of 300 meters of setback according to ministry's land use compatibility guidelines, and we are only divided by a road, Argyle Avenue, which is only 26 meters. So given the context, you can only do light industrial type of uses. We're also only seeking 6 acres of land to be converted to residential. The balance of the land remains in employment uses. It's a commercial block as well as light industrial uses, which will complement the area and which will allow the area to be developed. There will be landscaping buffers from the residential blocks. There will be warning clauses that will be included in the subdivision agreements. Additional buffering and various site plan control measures will be implemented as the development of these blocks will undergo various other processes. So the subject property is not required to meet the long-term employment land needs. They are not marketable or serviceable for the medium or heavy industrial uses in this area. And the conversion of 6 acres to residential will not compromise economic development objectives that Norfolk County has. Appendix G of the staff package, it includes the detailed policy analysis that we undertook with respect to conformity with provincial planning statement, as well as the ministry's land use compatibility guidelines. In summary, we believe that the proposal, it does not negatively impact any overall viability of the employment areas for this area, and we're requesting council to consider approval of these applications. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputation? Councillor Brunton?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chairman. I guess I'm a little confused on the commercial and industrial blocks in that plan, if you can go back to that drawing. How do you intend to service it? Like, those are big parcels. Do you know what the tenants are already, or?
We don't know what the tenants are, but we do have all the piping sized through a functional servicing report done by our engineer, and he has, in that functional servicing report, they have example buildings and sizes, and those have been all calculated by the engineer, and so the proper size pipe and services will all go in the ground.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm trying to determine, have you got the roadway coming down there, and I would assume we're going to finish the roadway when you build it.
The road goes first, yeah.
Okay, but you put one service into these industrial and commercial lots, or how, like, what if it's going to be chopped into 3 or 4 different separate parcels? How will that happen, like, in terms of servicing? You're not going to go back and cut the road open again, I hope?
We would hope not, no. And so we would decide before site plan is done, before draft plan of subdivision goes through, we will decide exactly the sizing of blocks and put in the right proper servicing for each block. But right now we've shown them as 3 large blocks, but we will make sure those sizes are determined at the draft plan stage. Go ahead.
If I can add on, so after the official plan and zoning bylaw is considered by council, there is a subdivision process that we need to go through. At the time of subdivision, while these will be still shown as blocks, but the detailed design of subdivision will include servicing details, the sizing of the pipes, where the connections are going to be, how these blocks will be serviced. All those details will also, we will get into more detail at the time of subdivision design.
Well, I guess you're still confusing me, because take part 3 on that drawing there. If it becomes 4 separate lots, are you going to have 4 separate services? And if you do that, you won't be finishing the road until you know that. I assume that's what's going to happen.
We could have our engineer speak more directly to that, but right now that plan is a bit misleading. If you go to the white and black plan, it shows that there's specific blocking. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chairman to the councillor. The proposal is to create substantial sized lots for light industrial uses. There will only be one service to that block. The sizing of the blocks will be determined before draft plan submission. But we don't anticipate very small lots for the industrial. Obviously, there's a demand for light industrial type lots. I hope that answers your question.
Well, no, it hasn't, but what I'll do is leave it up to engineering. I don't understand how you're going to put the road in and finish it and have umpteen blocks in, say, block or part 3 when you don't know the servicing. So I guess it's up to engineering to determine what, how we want it finished, I guess. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Columbus?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. When do you anticipate punching Maria Street out from Argyle to Fertilizer Road? What's the time frame for that to happen?
If the approvals are given today, we will move on to the draft plan of subdivision stage, which from our experience takes about a year. And then the road will be the first thing constructed. So as all the servicing and all the sizing of blocks is decided in that process, then we will know exactly where the servicing sizes, and the road is the first thing to be constructed.
Thank you, Ben.
Councillor Duthie?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thanks for your deputation here today and explaining what you're looking to do. I think, I understand certainly the concerns of the neighbors, and I appreciate that you've tried to address them. I wonder, do you have types of commercial and light industrial in mind already? Do you have, not that I'm asking you to share specific leads, but do you have leads on business categories and types that are planned for those sort of different sections?
Yes, and we've included some of them in the planning justification report. As for the light industrial, those are site specific. They can't be too high class industrial because that would cause disturbance. So some of those uses where Ruchika can pull them up, but it would be small scale manufacturing, small scale employment uses. It could be surveyor's office, engineering offices. It could be a variety of uses, even contractors' yards, or here we have a whole list here. Dry cleaning establishment, contractor shop, garages, graphics and design, indoor storage, that's a big one, mini storage, that's what we're thinking. Merchant service shop, public use. And as for the commercial, I will be much even lower scale at that. Maybe Ruchika can speak to that.
Sorry, it would be mostly
Can you just go closer to the mic, please?
Sorry,
Thank you.
yes, through you, Madam Chair. So the commercial uses will be mostly neighborhood type, convenience stores, small scale restaurant, small scale offices, banks, those type of uses will be included in the zoning bylaw.
Thank you. And do you have people expressed interest in these types of development here? I guess what I'm getting at is I don't want to see, construction begin and then nothing happen. I guess this is going to be a build to suit type of approach. So can you give some clarity to what that might look like?
Through you, Chair. So in its current state, it is zoned, like I said, as protected industrial, and we have received no interest. But as we've talked to real estate and other business owners in the area of light industrial, they do seem interested in that. Councillor Columbus has mentioned a few small-scale assembly type operations, and as well we've spoken to, specifically one was a man who owns a Bobcat dealership, and he would be interested in putting a warehouse Bobcat dealership there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Veery.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and through you to the deputation. I just have a question, having a hard time getting my mind around here, so maybe you can help me out a little bit. So in our staff report, it says that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing already refused the amendment of these lands because from protected industrial, fine, because it didn't meet the requirements. And then, so I guess the thing is to switch them to just less restrictive industrial. Do you think that that will pass the ministry when we do this? Like, is that enough of a change? Because I don't know how we're going to get around the ministry if they've already said no.
Through you, Madam. Do that again. Through you, Madam Chair. So my understanding is that the ministry did not refuse the request. They put it on hold. They withheld the decision on those requests that the council had approved a couple years ago with respect to this property as well. So it's not a refusal. And then ultimately, this council is the decision maker of your own official plan amendment. While the notices do go out to the ministry, but however, it is this council that will make the final decision.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for clarifying that. I guess I can have questions for staff when the time comes in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
May I have a motion to receive the deputation as information? Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Vanden Rishi. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Our next deputation, item 6.2 on the agenda, is James Christensen, President of Branch 79, Simcoe Legion, re-agenda item 8.4, Proposed Veterans Crosswalk. Welcome, James. You will have 5 minutes for your deputation. I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining, and the floor is yours.
Okay.
Just make sure that mic's on.
Test.
Yep.
There we go. Okay, Deputy Mayor, councillors, and staff, my name is James Christensen, President of the Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 79 in Simcoe. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to provide further background regarding the Veterans Crosswalk in Simcoe and our wish to have the program remain a collaboration between community groups who represent our area veterans. The Army, Navy, and Air Force, Unit 255, the Warriors Day Committee, 6-9 Field Battery Association, the Who Did It Club, and the Simcoe Legion. These service organizations, along with members of the public, came together with a goal of creating an inclusive and meaningful tribute to Norfolk's veterans past and present. As stated in my letter dated June 16th, the Legion is most grateful to council and staff for their continued dedication to remembrance and its support of projects like the Veterans Crosswalk. I'd also like to recognize the dedication of community members like Ms. Johnson, who attended the initial planning meeting on November 26, 2025, and provided excellent feedback and an enthusiastic drive to make sure the committee succeeded. Ms. Johnson's own family history of service to Canada can be seen as a perfect example of how important projects like these are to appropriately recognize and pay tribute to Norfolk's veterans. Following the initial meeting, chaired by Mr. Taylor of the Warriors Day Committee, members returned to their respective organizations to continue work on the project, fact-finding missions, if you will, with subsequent meetings held to discuss details like design, funding, and a time frame. Our takeaway from the November 26th meeting was that the crosswalk would be most favorable on Wilson Ave at Norfolk Street, which we are happy that staff supported and council has approved. Other notes included the pending Norfolk Street bridge construction and possible impact for its completion in 2026. And I noted the need for the Norfolk Heritage Committee to be advised given the proximity of the Carillon Tower and its heritage designation. As you will know, part of the designation includes a resolution that requires consultation with the Simcoe Legion and the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Regarding design, Dominion Command, the Legion's national body, has spent considerable time and effort in creating details around establishing veterans crosswalks and protocol to ensure all branches of the armed forces are properly honored. Committee members also acquired details about the planning and paint process with specific needs related to road temperature and cure times. Years can be shaved off the crosswalk's longevity if not done during specific conditions. Officially opening a Veterans Crosswalk presents a tremendous opportunity for community engagement as well as an educational opportunity for our youth. The impact of having elementary and secondary school students involved in such tributes was clearly seen during the 100th anniversary rededication of the Carillon Tower just over a year ago. Aligning the crosswalk opening with Remembrance Day is not seen as favorable. November the 11th remains a solemn, sacred day reserved for honoring those who laid down their lives. The Veterans Crosswalk, by contrast, is a community initiative meant to honor and pay tribute to all past and current serving members of the armed forces. By hosting a separate dedication in the new year, we can maximize the opportunity to teach the next generation about the importance of our military heritage and to appropriately honor all those in uniform. By working together with Ms. Johnson, we are ensuring that the spirit of the project remains a visible and enduring part of the Simcoe landscape, and we believe that the best way forward is through a unified approach with oversight from these service organizations who directly represent our veterans. I sincerely thank Council and staff for your continued support, as well as your time and considerations with this matter.
Thank you, James. All right, are there any questions from Council to James? Councillor Columbus?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Huffman. And James, we are going to be dealing with a council and committee recommendation later in this meeting. And one of the things that caught my attention was the last paragraph reads that the approved capital budget be amended to include an allocation of $20,000 for a decorative crosswalk installation, Simcoe, to be funded from the Council Reserve Initiative. Is your Legion, or the people that you're representing, are you adamant that you need that $20,000, or because the original motion says 100% of the capital costs will be raised and transferred to Norfolk County prior to the county commencing procurement and installation of the crosswalk. So there's a bit of a conflict there in the recommendation, but are you still in support of the $20,000 that you require for this crosswalk, or would your organization be able to do it without it?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we would be happy with funds, of course, but that was, in any of our subsequent meetings, not the approach. We feel very confident with our various service organizations that we can certainly come up with those funds.
Thank you very much, James.
Okay, Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Just point, I do believe I made the motion 2 weeks ago. It was supposed to say, notwithstanding the above, we were going to fund the one in Simcoe, and the fundraising efforts could be applied to all the other urban areas that they want to continue on, but we'll deal with that when the report comes back. My one question, and you've touched on it in your letter and again today, what is your preferred option? Do you want it in the hurry-up list that it's done before November 11th of 2026, or would you rather we hold off until a separate time sometime in the spring, or does that not match the proper construction timing, or what is the very precise request you'd like to make?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we had hoped that it would be a 2026 project, but and I think maybe that's where some of the communications dropped off, in that we knew that there was bridge construction and some problems around that, so it wasn't going to be a 2026 project. So we've all been aiming for next year, and I think at this point that would be the most appropriate outcome.
Because I think the discussion we had, our staff, they probably don't have an issue getting it done before November of 2026, but like, I'm trying to find a way to let the Legion and all those other groups have free hand to get done what they want done, how they want it done, and when you're done with that, we'll just issue a check for what it cost you to do that. That would be my preference, but again, we'll discuss it, I guess, when the report comes back. So.
Any other questions? Councillor Veary?
Yeah, so thanks, Chair. So just, James, so I have it clear, okay, so timing is one issue. I understand the design input is another issue. Are there any other issues you want to make sure that we cover when the report comes?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, we wanted to have some kind of a say in how an official opening is actually handled.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. James, I just want to pick up on the point that I think we've maybe missed, is that you very clearly stated that November 11th unveiling would not be the appropriate time for this commemorative crosswalk due to the fact of the solemn nature of November 11th, that we're remembering those who have lost their lives during battle. So you're looking more appropriately for not a joyous occasion, I mean, but we are celebrating those who are currently serving and those who have served in the past. Something more in the springtime. Is that what I'm getting from?
Yes, that's correct. We, the next possible date that we've looked at is April the 9th, which is the 110th anniversary of Vimy Ridge. And there's a national campaign for recognizing that, and a lot of stuff coming out of the federal government. So that might be one of the jumping off points, but we're hoping that it can be in the new year.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, with that, thank you very much, James.
Yes, thank you.
May I have a motion to receive the deputation as information? Member, our Councillor Columbus, and seconder, Councillor Vanden Rishi, all in favor? And that motion is carried. Item 6.3, Tracy Curtin, re-agenda item 13.5.1, the St. Williams Community Center. Hello, Tracy. Welcome. You have 5 minutes, and I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of Council. My name is Tracy Curtin, and I am speaking today in support of preserving the St. Williams Community Center on behalf of concerned residents. We are not opposed to a new fire hall. We support our firefighters, EMS, and the need for a safe facility. But Norfolk County has not yet shown that improving emergency services requires sacrificing the St. Williams Community Center. The hall has not been assessed under fair conditions. If the hall is measured against 6,116 hours, available hours per year, that works out to almost 17 hours every day, 365 days a year. That is not a realistic figure for any hall. Time is needed for setup, cleanup, maintenance, repairs, downtime. When availability is inflated, the percentage of use automatically appears lower. The current pricing structure also places St. Williams at a disadvantage. Under the current fees in effect, St. Williams has a capacity of 175 people and is charged the same $625 for a licensed event rate as Port Rowan, which holds 349 people. That works out to about $3.57 per available seat in St. Williams, compared with about $1.79 in Port Rowan. That does not prove St. Williams has less need. It shows that the fee structure does contribute to reduced bookings. There have also been booking barriers, including delayed responses, difficulty confirming dates, limits on advance booking, and residents being encouraged to use larger neighboring facilities. A hall cannot fairly be described as underused when it has been harder to book, less competitive in price, and judged against an unrealistic formula. The property comparison also deserves attention. The master facility plan identifies the current Fire Station 10 property at 180 Town Line Street as 26,000 square feet. The community center property at 80 Queen Street West is 20,000 square feet. The existing fire hall property is 6,000 square feet larger. It is already municipally owned, serviced, established for emergency service use, and contains infrastructure Norfolk County intends to retain. Before demolishing the community center to place a larger joint fire and EMS facility on the smaller parcel, Norfolk County should clearly demonstrate why the larger existing fire hall property cannot support phased construction or any other practical design. The community center is also more than one building. St. Williams has had a community hall or gatherings place since 1915. The present hall stands on donated land and was built with community fundraising and support. Our hall supports dinners, meetings, fundraisers, celebrations, votings, community events, and so much more. A much smaller room inside a fire and EMS facility cannot provide the same capacity, kitchen use, or fundraising opportunity. This is not an equal replacement. It is a significant reduction in community service. It gives local groups a place to raise funds and reinvest in St. William's. Its loss would also place greater pressure on neighboring halls and on the organizations that rely on them. The Long Point Lion and Lionesses, St. William's Lions, local churches, and other community groups often depend on similar dates and fundraising opportunities. Forcing more organizations into fewer available halls would create greater competition for booking dates and increase the likelihood of overlapping fundraisers and community events. That does not strengthen rural communities. It places local volunteer organizations in competition with one another for the same space, support, and fundraising dollars. We are not asking council to choose the hall over emergency services. In conclusion, we are asking council not to assume that one must be lost to provide the other. Our request is straightforward. Please defer any irreversible decision regarding the community center. Reassess the community center under fair usage, pricing, and booking. Fully examine
1 minute
rebuilding
remaining.
Fire Station 10 on the existing larger property and provide a clear comparison between what St. William's has now and what is being proposed. We are not fighting the need for an updated fire hall. We are fighting for the savings of the community center. Norfolk County has not yet proven that St. William's must lose one in order to gain the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation.
Thanks.
All right. Are there any questions around the table? Councillor Michelli?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Tracy, thank you so much for coming here today and making those remarks on behalf of the St. Williams and area community. I think you brought up some excellent points. You mentioned that the current community center is located on donated land and that the building itself was paid for with donations and fundraised money. Is that correct?
Correct.
Tracy, can you tell us a little bit about that history of how that happened?
So the current land had a nursing home onto it. It was closed down. So the land, the current town hall at that time needed a lot of upgrade and work. So it was decided to close that one after much discussion and build on a new hall. The gentleman that owned, or the family that owned where the nursing home was, donated the land. It was, the fundraising was divided amongst many different levels of government. The community themselves were to raise $125,000. That was raised in less than 2 years. The community was given 5 years to raise it, and they did it in 2. They continued to fundraise. They continued to support the hall. They sold t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats. They held every kind of dinner imaginable. They had strawberry socials, penny sales, garage sales, whatever it took, they did it. And they continued to do it.
Thank you, Tracy, and Madam Chair. So, Tracy, I guess my other question, in light of the fact that this was land that was donated by individuals from St. Williams and that the funds were raised by the local community, I'm just wondering how you would feel about the fact that, would you expect that there should be some kind of responsibility on the part of, in this case, the municipality?
Point of order. That's not a question. That's getting into debate. Okay, do you have a question for the
I
deputation?
do have a question.
Okay, please
Madam
ask the
Chair.
question.
Then I will ask, do you think that it's fair, Tracy, and could you elaborate a little bit on the need for some kind of consultation by the county with the community?
I do feel, and a lot of our residents do feel, that county should come out and speak to us as a group, or hold a meeting at our hall, look at our hall, look what's available, assess it. The hall was donated The funds were raised by the community for the hall. The organizations, the fire department, the Lions Club, at that time we had a jamboree, they all pledged money so we could have our beautiful hall. So yes, I do think more input should be available from residents.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have more questions, but I'd like to have my colleagues have an opportunity.
Okay.
Please.
Councillor Van den Riche?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, and thank you for the presentation. Can you remind me what year that hall was built?
It was started to be built in 1996. It was finished in 1997.
Right. So that was with, that would have been the township of Norfolk.
Delhi.
Would have been Delhi's township. Okay. And your questions or your comments were about the price of the hall in comparison to other halls. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, at one point in time, there is a committee that would assist with the hall, and they had input on the rental fees, and that stopped happening, fine. But at one point in time, there were small, medium, and large halls.
Yes.
And then the extra large hall. I'm not sure why, but at some point in time, the medium halls got bumped into with the large halls, which then put St. William's fees way up high and unrealistic for families to have Christmas dinners. You know, having a bridal shower was maybe looked at as to, oh, where else can we go? Can we do it at someone's home? It's just the fees became too high for some families to rent.
Right. And if I go back to like 2023, it was rented out 317 times. So you're thinking that the hall, if it were to stay in existence, would increase its usage if we were to take a look at what the price of the hall, or maybe go down to square feet versus we're not using the small, medium, and large anymore. They've just got bumped into the large. Would you?
Which isn't fair. In some aspects, that's still not fair. But yes, I do think a review of rates would have an effect on the hall, yes.
And you feel that more people would come out and use the hall, and you're not in conflict with, say, with Port Rowan or anything like that. You think because of the size of the hall, it would be better hall to use if you're looking for a small venue.
If you're looking, yes, for a smaller gathering, yes. And putting 50 people in a hall that holds 300 people, people get lost. It just.
So let's go back then, if I may, Madam Chair. Got a couple more questions here. If we take a look at across the road for the fire and EMS, you feel that, or the community feels that there's sufficient area there to construct that there versus taking the other?
Yes, absolutely, there is. We do not feel that has been looked at. We do not know of a design. We have never heard that there are plans for the fire hall. What does it look like? What does the EMS attachment to it look like? Has a fair assessment of the land actually been done? We don't know. We have never been told.
So likewise, you have not seen any plans or of what, say, the new would look like, and having an area in the new building. You don't know how big that would be or anything like that. You have not seen anything.
We were told at our April meeting that the room that would be available would hold, I think it was 50 people or something.
Yeah, I think it was less than that. Yeah,
which
okay.
is that's not acceptable for fundraising. How are you going to have a dinner in there? You're not going to be able to.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you for your deputation. You said, it was early on in your remarks, that the availability, and I believe the word you used was inflated. Can you just unpack that for me so I understand what you mean?
When you are basing on 6,116 available hours, which equals about 17 hours every day for 365 days a year, and they're saying it's only used 5% of the time, it's going to be unachievable. Because that hall is not going to be rented. I don't know any hall that would be rented 365 days a year, 17 hours every day. Okay, thanks.
Okay, anybody else before I go back to Councillor Michelli? Okay, Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just maybe pursuant to both Councillor Van den Riche and Councillor Duthie's questions, Tracy, so the proposal right now would be that it would have this new building would have a bookable community space that would house 40 to 50 people. I'm wondering if you would think that would that reduce usage even further?
I cannot see why anybody would want to. You're attached to a fire department and the EMS. What happens if a fire happens and the equipment is wailing out and the men are running in, ladies are running around? It would be very disturbing, I would think, to be renting that space and having something happening right next door or wherever it would be placed. I don't see it.
Okay, I see. And also, Tracy, you mentioned a variety of service organizations. Would they be able to actually, practically and successfully function with that smaller space?
I can't see. Fundraising would not be happening in there. Maybe a small meeting would be able to happen, but having a bridal shower, a wedding, having a birthday party in there, holding 50 people does not seem feasible.
Madam Chair, that's all the questions I have for this deputation. Tracy, thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much for your deputation. May I have a motion to receive the deputation as information? Councillor Michelli, seconder Councillor Brunton, all in favor? And that motion, oops, sorry, shut off my mic. 6.4 on the agenda is Jeff Glendenning, re-agenda item 13.5.1, St. William's Community Centre. Welcome, Jeff. You have 5 minutes for your deputation. I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of council, and county staff. My name is Jeff Glendenning, and I'm a funeral director that operates a number of funeral homes in the area, including the one in Port Rowan. Since coming to Port Rowan 24 years ago, I have got to know the people of St. William's very well. A very tight-knit, hardworking, and supportive community that, as you have heard, raise a lot of money from year to year to put back into their community. Today I'm here speaking on their behalf to support them today. I should back up and let you know that I know what these hard decisions are like for you as council. I spent 14 years on municipal council myself and making those tough decisions, whether we agreed with staff reports, whether we sent those staff reports back, whether we revised staff reports. So I know that these are hard decisions that need to be made. But as a former councillor, I have read some of these reports and heard the information, and I have a lot of questions about what has taken place and what is proposed. There needs to be a lot more answers on the St. William's issue. A lot more questions need to be asked. Today's question of whether there's a new fire hall is required is not the question. They definitely do need a new fire hall. And again, I go back to saying that I also was the fire chief of the same township for 6.5 years and 19 years as a volunteer firefighter. So I have a good understanding of the fire service, and I know what their requirements are. What stood out for me in this report was that there was really no options, no plans. It was, we close the hall, we build the fire hall here. What happens with plans? What's it going to look like? What's the traffic control going to be? You're right on the corner. And these are the things that need to be answered before any decisions are made. Also, tearing down a building that's only 28 years old and on a smaller lot than the fire hall really doesn't make a lot of sense, in my opinion. But I certainly would love to have that building in some of the other communities I serve because it works very well. Tracy mentioned all the fundraising issues and celebrations. We also have a lot of funeral receptions in that facility, and we are looked after very well. Some of the financial numbers, and I read through the report, the financial numbers didn't make a lot of sense to me. The demolition costs, some of the numbers that Tracy's already alluded to as far as rentals and the fees and who's charged. Right now, if I call the county to rent the facility, I never know what the fee is going to be. Every funeral is a different fee. I can't just say it's 250, it's 150. I can't, it's always a different fee. When I looked at the fire hall property, there could be many different options and different ways that new fire hall could be designed on that property. And it can be built in a two-stage situation where you build part of it where you can house your trucks, and then you finish with the rest so those trucks are kept inside in a warm situation during the winter, and or there's always a possibility of other land that would be close in proximity that could be either acquired and or slightly move the hall from where it is.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. The town of Pelham are doing that right now. They're building a new fire hall, and they are building one and adding to the rest. The community center of St. Williams is the hub. It is what makes St. Williams thrive. It shows their pride for their hometown, and the support that's here today will show you that. The firefighters are a part of that pride and should have a hall that meets their needs as well, but not at the expense of the community center. With my background, I support the firefighters 100%, but I also support the residents of St. Williams, and I do have questions on the wording on St. Williams, and that we need to keep that community center. That community center is the hub, and it's where so much happens and will continue to happen if the right choice is made. Today we come before you hoping that the right decision will be made and that the community center remains and a new fire hall will be built. If, or should I say when that happens, St. Williams will continue to thrive for years and years to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of council for the deputation? Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeff, thank you very much for making this deputation today. It's very much appreciated by all of the St. Williams community. Jeff, you have been a fire chief. You've been a volunteer firefighter for a long time. What do you think are the most important factors that that council should consider when it comes to the possible construction of a new fire hall on the existing fire hall land or the adjacent lots beside it?
I believe that the space is what is the biggest thing. Today's trucks are not getting smaller. You're expanding with different training, different equipment that is needed for that training, and by trying to put something in condensing it, you're not creating what is needed in the future. Remember, we're not building this fire hall for 2030. We're building this fire hall for 2060. Something that will be there for the long time, for the long term. And the bigger lot, things opened up on a bigger lot area, we'll be able to make things a lot bigger and a lot more ease for the firefighters to do what they do and the training that they need to do and the equipment that we don't know we're going to need to buy in the future. Because when I started way back in 1988, the equipment is totally different than what it was when I started.
Thank you, Jeff. I don't know if anyone else has a question, Madam Chair. If they don't.
No, it doesn't appear so.
Okay. Jeff, I guess the second question I have is that are you aware or do you think that there are multiple different options for the fire hall? Do you think this is just a one answer problem?
Right now, there's no options. And that's one of the things where I have concerns with what I was reading. There's no options been given of where that fire hall will be other than moving it across the street. And there's no plans, there's no reports on what traffic and all those things that need to be dealt with. And yes, when I looked at that lot, knowing the fire hall, being in this community for as long as I had, there's lots of ways of designing that to be efficient for both fire service and the EMS, and create a facility that the firefighters of St. Williams and the residents would be happy with. There is no question in my mind that it could be built with consultation. That could be done.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. With that, thank you again. All right, may I have a motion to receive this deputation as information? Councillor Columbus, and second it by Councillor Michelli. All in favor? And that motion is carried. At this point in time, we will go to item 13.5.1, the Facilities Master Plan, St. Williams Community Centre, CIO 26-024. And Stephanie, you are the Manager of Corporate Initiatives, and you will be introducing this report.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Council, before you is a report on the Facilities Master Plan recommendation regarding the St. Williams Community Centre and Fire Hall, prepared in response to Council's direction of May 26th, following the motion to reconsider. The report has 3 parts. Section 1 presents background information. Section 2 sets out the rationale and business case supporting the original Facilities Master Plan recommendation. And Section 3 presents the information provided by the Ward 1 councillor on behalf of the Community Committee, with staff notes included where relevant. The original recommendation to decommission the St. Williams Community Centre and repurpose the site for a new joint fire and EMS station with bookable community space was made by Municipal View, the third-party consultant retained to undertake the Facilities Master Plan strategy. The recommendation was made after extensive review and consultation and was based on the facility's consistently low utilization, the urgent need to replace the 1946 fire hall, the challenges with replacing the hall on its existing site due to infrastructure and size constraints, the availability of the municipally owned site on the community center for the new emergency services facility, the inclusion of bookable community space within the new facility, and the availability of other nearby county-owned community rental facilities. The St. Williams community has raised concerns regarding the utilization methodology, rental rates, building condition, and site planning, and has proposed 2 alternative sites for the new fire and EMS facility. Staff have reviewed and responded to each in each submission in Section 3. Staff acknowledge the importance of the St. Williams Community Centre to the community and appreciate the engagement of residents and the Ward 1 councillor in this process. The master plan recommendation reflects the need to prioritize critical infrastructure investments where they will have the greatest impact while managing limited resources responsibly. When approving the master plan, council had to make difficult decisions with competing priorities across every Norfolk County community. Staff present this report for information. The original motion from the October 21st, 2025 special council meeting remains the motion before council for decision. Thank you for your consideration. Staff are available to answer questions.
Thank you, Stephanie. Are there questions from council for Stephanie? Our Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. The amount of space that's available across the road where the fire hall is, how big is that lot? Can you, I'm going to ask some questions I should have the answers to, but I would like it spoken out.
Sure. So my understanding is that the parcel across from the community center that the current fire hall sits on also includes the parking area. It is slightly larger than the lot that the community center is on. It is constrained by a pumping station that would restrict the size of the new fire hall and the potential for future expansion, which is why that site was not recommended for the new fire and EMS facility.
Okay, so that's considering you're wanting to put the fire hall and the EMS together. Is there a possibility, was it ever thought of putting the EMS on the same side as somehow on the community center side? So it's two, and I understand everybody's thoughts that everything should be under one roof. I totally get it, but sometimes it doesn't happen. Was there any consideration there?
Through the chair to the councillor, I don't know how much consideration was given to that option because a part of the objective of this exercise was to consolidate and start putting multi-use facilities together instead of having 2 separate buildings, which costs more to operate and maintain in the long term.
Okay, and I fully appreciate that fact. But the lot where the fire station is now is larger than the lot where the community center sits. So you planned on 3 things there. The community center would have space in there, the fire hall would be there, and EMS would be there. In my mind, it's not logical because of the restriction of space. Can you answer what is the population that you serve for both EMS and the fire in the surrounding area? When I see St. Williams, and I'm thinking you want to expand a fire hall, how many people are you planning on serving?
Through the chair to the councilor, I don't have that information. I know our fire chief is available online. I don't know if he would have an answer to that question.
My point is this. It hasn't grown a lot in the sense of increased dwelling population. So what you're serving is X amount, because other than that, you're coming out from the other end, or you're coming out from Port Rowan. So I'm kind of curious why and how many bays we were anticipating there. I didn't find that yet. So those are questions I guess I should ask the fire chief.
Okay.
He's online.
Chief Stillwell?
There he is.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, and through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. So what we need to look at is the size of the current station and the equipment that's in there, and the needs for the firefighting staff for their equipment use, cleaning, decontamination of their gear, stuff like that, which this current station is very constrained with that, because the apparatus are a lot larger than they were back in the 40s when the building was originally built. As far as the areas that they're serving, there's quite an influx of people in the summer times there, in the marinas, things like that. So we do see that population-based boost, but it's not just a focus on the town of St. Williams. They're very integral to the surrounding areas to assist in the Victoria and Langton and Port Rowan, Long Point areas, as well as Turkey Point and into Simcoe and wherever they're required. So we're not focusing straight on the population of St. Williams.
But if I may, there are other fire stations in the area, so this is would be a complimentary service, would be from St. Williams. Because your expectation is if I've got a fire in Langton, I'd like to use the Langton Fire Department. So this is a complimentary service, would be coming in from another station. So how customary is it, since I've got you there, Gord, that a fire hall and an EMS station are combined?
It's starting to become something that's common, just to utilize the economies of scale, and it's not that they work directly together, but it allows the services to put two different types of response capability on one property. But it's certainly not uncommon.
So how many bays would be, if we go back to St. Williams, how many bays were you thinking of using there or creating?
There'd be 3 fire apparatus bays and paramedic garage.
1 paramedic garage?
Yes.
So that would be 4?
Correct.
Okay. And then I don't think we've ever seen any plans or anything, so I don't believe that. Somebody tell me that we haven't. Great, because I've forgotten what I had for breakfast. So anyway, just at the end of the day then, seeing that on a piece of property that's smaller than the actual hall, I don't know how we're going to accommodate a room sufficient enough to be able to be considered as part of the hall for St. Williams. So anyway, thank you for your answers. Thank you, Gord.
Thank you, Councillor Vanden Rishi. Are there any other, Councillor Duthie?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to Ms. Potter, one of the questions that was raised earlier was regarding the utilization and the formula that was used to calculate that. I think that is certainly a very important metric. So that's certainly why it stood out to me and why I posed the question of the deputation. And I just want to ask you, so in table 1 of the staff report on page 5, it shows the utilization rates. I think I know the answer, but I want to confirm. Was the formula used for the calculation of utilization different in St. Williams than it was for Cortland, for Victoria for any of the other halls?
Through the chair to the councillor, no, we use the same formula and the same amount of bookable hours available.
So I wrote it down somewhere, whatever it was, 6,116 available hours was the same calculation used in Victoria as it was in Cortland, as it was in St. Williams.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And there was a question raised also in one of the deputations regarding the booking rates and how there's a differences sometimes on that space. Do you have any insight into that or why that may be?
Through the chair to the councillor, sorry, you're referring to
Mr. Glendenning's deputation about the funerals and how he couldn't guess as to what funeral would cost how much. I'm curious as to why, if that's the case.
Sure. So I can try to start an answer, and I don't know if our director of, sorry, Brian, I can't remember your full title. It's very long. Parks, Recreation, and Heritage and Culture, I believe. Yes, may have more insight. But as far as the rental rates, they are all available online. Sometimes we have an hourly rate, and we also have different rates, I believe, for weekends and evenings. They are all available online, so the length of your event and whether or not that event is licensed will impact your rental rate, and I don't know if Brian has anything to add.
Okay. Brian?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, we do use the council-approved rental rates for all the different facilities consistently. But there is a balance in kind of the flexibility in how people are using the facilities and what the rates are. So the small, medium, and large hall fees did change in 2026. Before we had 5 sizes and now there are 3 sizes. We are getting some pretty consistent feedback from user groups that adjustment might have been too drastic. So we'll be looking at, right sizing those hall sizes again. And then the other differences that people see are for the daytime or weekday and weekend rates based on kind of demand. And then there's some additional fees that sometimes get used. For example, if someone needs to set things up the night before an event, they don't have to pay for the full day rate. There's a smaller setup fee to recognize that it's less of a burden and there's less cleaning, things like that. So we try to customize the use to fit the purpose in every scenario.
And so maybe with your permission, Madam Chair, just a quick follow-up to that to Mr. Geertz. So I assume, and I hope I'm correct, that same philosophy and principle is used in the other facilities also, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Veery.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Stephanie, I guess. Steph, I got a question here about the utilization also. So we've heard the cost and whatever else, and fair enough. When I don't know if you can even measure this, but if you can, is the fact that there are 3 halls within 10 minutes of each other also potentially a factor on usage here? So I'm looking at, other communities have a community center, and this ward has 3 all right there. So is this a factor or not really?
Through the chair to the councillor, I can't say definitively that it's a factor. I would say that there are a lot of options in the area, and part of the rationale for the recommendation was that there are other options. Most of our community facilities are fairly low in utilization rates, and part of the rationale was to start improving that utilization by consolidating them, and which is also consistent with the recommendations in the recreation master plan to start consolidating those halls as much as possible, thereby improving your utilization rate. So there is a rationale behind that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Micheli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just maybe if I can correct Councillor Veery that there are 2 community centers in Ward 1. If you're referring to the Walsingham Institute Hall, that is not considered to be a community center in the same vein as these other 2. But I don't want to quibble about that, but in the report, it does not identify that one as an additional community center. In any event, we can perhaps debate that later, but Stephanie, I do have a question about a section of the report on page 7. And this has been kind of a bit of a question that I think the community has had also. It says on page 7 that the county did not wish to acquire new land to accommodate the replacement facility given the expense and availability of municipally owned sites nearby. I'm just a bit puzzled by that comment that it refers to the county made that decision. Shouldn't that have been a decision of council, or should it be a decision of council? I'm just a bit puzzled about the actual context of that sentence.
Sure. Through the chair to the councillor, happy to clarify and appreciate the comment that that direction should come from council. Part of the direction was when we undertook the master plan exercise, we set objectives and goals and guiding principles. So it was brought up in those initial consultations with senior leadership, with our staff, internal team, and then with council when we were bringing this forward, that part of this exercise was to improve efficiency, reduce expenses, and part of that was, considering the county land project was also ongoing at the time. We didn't want to acquire new property when we were trying to divest other property. We were working towards consolidating as much as we can, but appreciate the point that that direction should come from council.
And thank you, Stephanie, for that. And in the end, there was no real study done to determine if alternate locations might have been a more prudent path to take.
Through the chair to the councillor, we didn't do any studies on locations. The rationale was that this property was available and directly across the street from the current location, so that would be a good option to consider in this strategy.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I just have one question. This report for the facilities plan, that came forward when? Again, September or October?
To you, Deputy Mayor, it was October 21st of 2025.
Okay, so that decision was made by council in October?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councillor Brenton, you surprised me there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't recall the original report, but my question is, was there any consideration given to the response time and the location of the St. Williams compared to Port Rowan and Victoria, which are the closer of the two, I believe, from St. Williams? Was there any consideration given to response times from that whole area? Or was that in the original report?
Sure. Through the Deputy Mayor to the councillor. So are you referring to the potential for consolidating fire and EMS into those other two locations? We did consider that, and our fire and EMS chief were both on our project team when we looked at those options, and it wasn't considered to be viable due to those response times. I don't know if our fire chief has more information on that, but it was considered, but not considered to be viable.
But I assume when that was looked at, that determined the location for St. Williams. Am I correct?
It was determined that St. Williams was still needed its own fire station. I don't know if our fire chief wants to elaborate.
Okay, Chief Stillwell?
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So those were some of the considerations, but as Stephanie previously stated, that the need for the St. Williams Hall was identified through the review of the facilities. So where we're at today certainly was not. It wasn't gauged by response times. It was more set through by the need for the fire station in the St. Williams area.
Okay, thank you very much. No more questions for staff? Oh, Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Chief Stillwell. Chief, when it gets down to response times and the question of the viability of a fire hall or no, It is true that the St. Williams area has a population that tends to fluctuate in the summertime. There are lots of cottagers, lots of people at the marinas, lots of people at the trailer parks, and so am I correct that that is also a factor in ensuring that there is a fire hall in St. Williams?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, absolutely, Councillor Michele. That's one consideration that we look at, response times and how fast we can get people to the station and then from the station to the emergency.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, seeing that. Do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? The recommendation is that the report CAO-26-024 Facilities Master Plan St. Williams Community Center be received as information. Do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Okay. Councillor Duffy, are you moving that? Is there a seconder? Councillor Brunton, all in favor? Okay, and that motion is carried.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, is there no discussion following that?
Oh, following, sorry. Okay. So there was a motion on the floor. There was Councillor Duffy and then seconded by Councillor Brunton. Sorry, I did the vote before the discussion. My apologies. Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Not really sure what receiving that as information means, but that's a good report. But what's the fallback position on that? Because we sort of approved I just heard the date, last October, November, this master plan. That was sort of the roadmap on where we want to get to in the next 10, 20 years. Each one, as they come up, like this is why we haven't seen plans for what a new fire hall in St. Williams is going to look like, because at some point a staff report comes for that. But we also, at Councillor Michele's request, up sort of the date on when we looked at St. Williams. And first decision is number one, is do we get rid of the community center? We can't really step forward on the rest of our master plan unless we make that decision. We've had a lot of good input from the members of the public, from council. Everything we do loses money. This hall loses between $40,000 to $50,000 a year. Is that an acceptable level of loss? It is our newest community center. It's got the least amount of upkeep expenses projected in the next 10 years. Is it worth keeping as a part of that community? You've heard the passionate speeches from the members of the community. It's their home, away from home, it's all those things. Is it worth spending that amount of money to keep the lights on and to keep the place warm in the winter and cool in the summer? That's going to cost $40,000 a year. Are there options to allow the community to take over management of it, like we've done with a couple other ones, that they could fundraise a little bit, do the bookings themselves? That would solve one of the big problems that or complaints we heard today. We need to make that decision first, whether we're going to keep it or not. I'm sure there are options to rebuild the fire hall on the existing lot. It is the larger lot. We keep hearing about the pumping station at the back, so if you take out the area where the pumping station is, the two lots then become the same size, so don't tell me it can't fit. The staged construction, I know I talked to the fire chief probably 2 years ago. There is a vacant lot across the road that maybe we could lease it for a few years to have extra parking. They could build the bays of the new fire hall on the existing parking lot, then tear down the old one, that staged thing. I'm sure all those solutions are out there, but until we actually make a yes or no on keeping the hall, what is the point of discussing anything further? So we've received this as information.
Yes, we've received it as information. My understanding is that Councillor Michele we will now go to his motion, and then that motion will determine the outcome and answer that question. That's my understanding.
So we just leave this, it's not the fallback position of what it
No,
was
it's
in
just that we
October?
received that report from Stephanie as
Yeah.
information, and now we will go to 15.1, Councilor Michele, Reese St. Williams, and that he's going to introduce his motion.
Okay.
Does that sound good to you?
Well, I just want to make sure it's not an automatic fallback to the
No,
thing of October. Okay.
no, it's just strictly for information. Minute. Yes, okay, so the CAO just wants to make it clear, obviously at this point in time, there has been no change from the direction that we voted on in October. That will now be up to Councilor Michele with his notice of motion and to see what support he garners around the council table. Okay, so with that, with no further ado, Councilor Michele, please go ahead and introduce your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I must begin with just my remarks. I'm glad that Councillor Van Passen wants some clarification on, what the procedure is and the process we're going through right now. My motion that I know Council has in front of them, and there is, I have put in quite a number of whereas, just because for a fear of missing something. So I think that, again, keeping in mind, as Councillor Van Passen has mentioned, and I do want to say that, I do believe that there are other options that Council can consider that I believe that we have not had a full review of what we probably could be also considering as some alternatives.
Councilor Michele, don't make me do this. Please read your motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your indulgence. You did ask me to introduce it. However, okay. I don't know if I need to read the entire thing. I'm checking with the chair and the clerk. Do I need to read the entire thing? I'm happy to do so if I am.
I'll defer to the chair. I think she wants to hear the entire motion.
Okay, very good. Okay. Whereas it is the responsibility of Norfolk County to ensure that members of the public, and specifically the St. Williams and area community, are adequately consulted regarding future plans for vital community assets. And whereas it is acknowledged by staff that information did not reach all residents of St. Williams and area through local community channels. And whereas there were 4 community leadership workshops held by MVU Consulting, and not one St. Williams community group was included in any of them. Whereas an ad hoc group known as the St. Williams Committee has been formed to offer alternatives and additional information for Council's consideration regarding the proposed fire EMS building on the current site or adjacent site or a combination of the two. Whereas a municipal class environmental assessment, feasibility review, or site selection report has not been done to date. Whereas the current fire hall site is on a larger land parcel than the current community center parcel. Whereas the current fire hall is further from the main intersection than the community center and therefore lessens traffic hazards. Whereas the current data does not provide proof that the proposed location of the fire EMS facility is a better location after traffic, servicing, operations, cost, and community impact are all compared side by side. Whereas the Recreation and Halls section of Appendix E of the facility's master plan recommends avoid closing underutilized halls without exploring solutions. Whereas the facility's master plan lists the St. Williams Community Center as in good condition. Whereas a petition signed by 850 residents opposes any proposed demolition of the community center. Whereas the current community center replaced a previously lost community asset on donated land. whereas the proposed sale of the adjacent lot north of the current fire hall for $1.6 million is not realistic and is the current location of the St. Williams Cenotaph. Whereas the usage data for the St. Williams Community Center appears to be inaccurate and the formula used to determine the data flawed, whereas actual bookings were restricted by drawbacks of the current booking system, whereas residents have expressed concern with the high costs of rental of the community center for simple family functions, further discouraging usage, whereas the booking system may have inadvertently discouraged booking of the St. Williams Community Center by directing residents to book other Norfolk County community centers. And whereas a much smaller room in a new facility would not be an equivalent replacement for the current community center, regardless of usage rate. Whereas the proposed meeting space for 50 people, not the current 175, is a drastic service reduction. Whereas the loss of the community center will have a catastrophic impact on several community groups, organizations, and businesses. Now, therefore, be it resolved that a full review of plans and options for a new fire EMS facility in St. Williams be completed before proceeding further, and that such review includes input and options provided by Norfolk County staff, the St. Williams Committee, and the wider community. Further, that Norfolk County Council does not make any decision that would see the closure, demolition, or loss of the St. Williams Community Center, and that the St. Williams Community Center be removed from the facilities master plan in its current context. Further, that Council consider the cyclical nature of usage of many community assets, such as the example of the St. Williams Ball Diamond, which was seldom used until Walsingham Minor Baseball enrollment expanded, causing the St. Williams Ball Diamond usage to increase dramatically. And finally, that Council consider the wider impact that the loss of rural community centers has on a wide range of local economic and social activities. The value of a fully functional community space cannot be overstated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to be the least popular person in this room because I need to get a seconder for that motion. Councillor, oh, for heaven's sakes, Columbus. I keep having member in my head from the Police Services Board. And all those in favor of the motion? No, sorry, I just need a seconder. Okay, I'm thrown off because what I need to do is we're going to be taking a deviation from our council meeting. By law, it's mandated that at 2:30 today, we have a drainage hearing. So we need to do the drainage meeting. So I'm just gonna ask for a motion to recess council. Councillor Veery, seconder, Councillor Brunton, and I'm hearing a noise somewhere in here. Someone, a phone or something? Okay. So we've got about 2 minutes and then we'll start with the drainage. So if you want to, pardon? We didn't vote on the recess. Oh, we didn't vote on the recess, sorry. All those in favor? That is carried.
Hey, Norfolk County. The next municipal election is happening this October. Keep watching to find out everything you need to know to cast your vote. New for 2026, Norfolk County will use a hybrid voting system. offering both in-person and online voting. Online voting will be available from October 9th to October 23rd, and eligible voters can vote on a computer or mobile device from anywhere with an internet connection. During the online advanced voting period, we'll have several online voting assistance centers set up to help with online voting. These locations will also offer the opportunity to vote using paper ballots as an advance voting option. In-person voting will be held on Monday, October 26th, Election Day, at poll locations across the county. Avoid delays. Check the voters list early to ensure your name, address, and school support are correct. It's easy to update your information online. Eligible voters will receive information by mail. Remember to bring your ID when you vote to confirm your identity at the polls. Visit norfolkcounty.ca/vote for up-to-date information, links, and resources. You can also call 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK or email elections@norfolkcounty.ca. Visit our website to subscribe to get elections news sent right to your email inbox. Norfolk votes. Make your vote count.
Hi, I'm Marissa with Norfolk County. As you've probably heard, we're making some exciting changes to waste collection in our community, and we want to ensure you have everything you need to know. Starting this August and September, every residential household in Norfolk County will receive 2 new waste carts along with a small kitchen container right at your home. For reference, I'm 5'6", and this is what the carts look like in comparison to me. First, we have a 240-liter garbage cart. That's enough space for 3 to 4 bags of garbage. And a second 120-liter green cart for your organic waste. And inside, you will find the kitchen container to make sorting easy. Garbage will be collected every other week, and organics will be collected weekly. Collection on the new carts begins September 28, 2026. We know every household is different. If the standard 240-liter garbage cart is more than you need, you have the option to downsize to a smaller 120-liter cart, which holds 1 to 2 garbage bags. If you'd like to request a smaller cart, simply visit norfolkcounty.ca/waste changes to submit your preference. If the standard size works for you, you don't need to do anything at all. Your carts will arrive automatically ahead of collection day. This information is for residential homes. If you're a commercial property, a residential farm, or just want more details about the program, visit norfolkcounty.ca/waste changes.
Okay, good afternoon. Okay, so we're going to reconvene the council meeting to do the drainage report. So council is in receipt of the, I believe I'm doing this correctly. This is the first time I've had to do the drainage report. Council is in receipt of the P.F. Potter's Drain report under the Drainage Act prepared at the direction of council. This meeting is to consider the report prepared by Brandon Widner, professional engineer. All right. All affected owners and agencies have been sent notice of this meeting in accordance with the Drainage Act. I will now pass the floor to Bill Mays, Drainage Superintendent, and Brandon Widner, professional engineer, to present the report.
Good afternoon, Mayor, or Deputy Mayor and Council. I'm Bill Mays, the Drainage Superintendent with Norfolk County. I have a little bit of a slideshow presentation up here. To my right is Brandon Widner with Sprity Associates, who prepared the drain report for us to go through today. What we have, it's a municipal drain of the Drainage Act. This is the final report. Council hired the engineer in the first place. At this stage, it's the council's decision to accept the design and move forward, or refer it back to the engineer for discussion. Council cannot deal with the assessments under the drain report at this stage. There's a separate appeal process for that after council meeting. If council adopts the report, this is the process after the provisional bylaw is adopted. The drain report proceeds to an appeal process. After appeals, the final bylaw is adopted. We go to tender the work, and then after construction and tendering, we come back to council to send the invoices out to the owners. So it's not a fast process from this point forward, but it's regulated to make sure everybody has their say in the whole process. The site we're talking about today is called the PF Potter's Drain. It's located just east of Langton. It's a site plan up there. The PF Potter's Drain is an existing municipal drain established roughly 1968 was the earlier part of the drain, and then the lower downstream half of the drain, or east half of the drain, was replaced in 1999 because they were experiencing capacity issues at that time. This report deals with the upstream section of the drain, replacing the remainder of the drain, and a partial abandonment of one of the branch drains that's no longer required out in the field. Current conditions, here's some pictures of the residential lots that are flooding because the drain is not handling the amount of water that it needs to handle. It seems like each time we get a good rainfall, these owners here are experiencing flooding problems. And even to the point where staff are out there on a regular basis dealing with pumping water out of backyards because it isn't a municipal drain, we're liable for damages if that does happen. So we have a reactive approach. We're out there pretty much every time it rains. So more photos through here showing it approaches all the way up to concession 12 of North Walsingham there. Introduction, here's Brandon Widner, Spree Associates. Pretty little picture on the side of some of the works they've done. They've done a bunch of work in Norfolk County over the years. 19 years of working in municipal drains. So I'm going to hand it to Brandon Widner.
So good afternoon, everybody. So as Bill said, I'm Brandon Widner. I'm with Spree Associates out of London. We did many drains in Norfolk, but we do drains all over southwestern Ontario. So today we have this is a tile drain, and it has a number of components, but essentially we do have an existing drain which was replaced in 1999, which is the bottom end of the drain. And we are proposing to replace essentially the upstream part and one branch, as well as we are constructing a new culvert at the bottom end on, I believe it's called 12 Concession. We are installing a brand new pipe there, which is entirely assessed to, in this case, the county. So it's a rather small drain. It's approximately 120 acres, and it's an existing, so this is a replacement. There is a drain there. We are just replacing what is there with new pipe. So as you can see on the screen, the green line is the existing drain from 1999. The red line is what is being proposed, and in this case, there is a yellow line through one of the farms that is being abandoned from municipal status. That's essentially where the work is taking place. We do have a blow-up shown here. This is the top end of the drain. So on the top end of the drain, off of the one farm, there was a number of houses severed. This is the residents that are experiencing the flooding. So that is exactly where the drain is going, and that's just a blow up showing, exactly what is happening. When it comes down to cost, this project's about $400,000. Bill has kind of provided a breakdown of sorts of where the costs are going and where they've come from. One thing we will say, so that culvert under Concession Road 12, it's approximately $137,000. So that is assessed directly to the county, and it's not part of the other works. The remainder is assessed as a regular drain, and it's shown in our report on the schedule of how it's broken down. So we break these drains out with two components. There's benefit and outlet, and then we assess it accordingly. So that is in the other report, and it shows which everyone is paying. So at the end of that report, we do provide a net, what everyone is paying out of pocket. So in order to read this sheet properly, you want to go all the way over to the right where it says approximate net. This is the out-of-pocket expense the residents should be expecting based on the construction estimate. And based on the estimate means when it comes in, the numbers are prorated accordingly. So if it comes in slightly higher, the numbers go up. If it comes in lower, the numbers go down. But it's prorated accordingly. as well as you can see there's an assessment to Norfolk County on the bottom for the 12th concession road. So, I guess we'll keep it short and simple, but if there is questions, we'd be happy to answer them. But yes, this should alleviate the flooding concerns for the residential lots at the top end. And through the discussions we had with the owners, the two major owners at the bottom end, they are content with the existing drain, which we are leaving intact. But I'm happy to answer any questions if there is any.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions from council? Councillor Brunton?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I guess it wouldn't be good if I didn't have a complaint. So, the road crossing culvert, $137,000. Why do we always get assessed so high for it? It shouldn't cost that to put a culvert under the road. Anyways, can you tell me how you arrived at $137,000? Did you ask the road authority if they put it in cheaper?
So, I'll be honest, we do a number of drainage projects throughout southwestern Ontario. If you look at page 8 of the report, there's a cost estimate, which is a breakdown exactly where those costs are coming from for that culvert. If the road authority, to be honest, deems they can do it cheaper, they can. But that's a decision that I don't make. That's a decision that everyone else around this table can make. That is assessed entirely to Norfolk County. So if Norfolk County feels with their forces they can go do it cheaper, go for it.
I think that question's been asked before, but I guess I'll ask Mr. Grice. Do you think you could do it cheaper?
Through the chair, without going through all the details, it's hard to say, but yes, a lot of our crews are very efficient. I think one of the challenges with taking on bits and pieces of a project is, trying to avoid becoming a constructor, need a proper delineation of time and space, and that does create some challenges for it. But I have no doubt that our teams could do this job very well and possibly a little cheaper than what's currently in here.
Okay, yes?
That culvert is quite deep.
Okay. All right.
5 meters.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. All right. Who had Councillor Van Passen, then I'll come to you, Linda. Sorry.
I think I was going to ask the same question because it has come up before, and I think that we found a solution because they had planned to bore a hole under the road to put in the new culvert, and no, you just close the road for half a day, dig it out, drop it in, fill it back in, and it's a lot cheaper. So I'm glad to hear from the engineer that we can find options on if there's a better way that we can do that. So.
Okay. Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. The whole issue is it's been wet a long time back there. And the homeowners have had significant issues with it. And I was kind of hoping we were moving all along a little quicker, but needless to say. So, and you've had meetings with the residents. Are they content with what the planning is going about here?
Residents will have their chance in a minute.
Right, but yeah. I want to hear from you first, and then I want to hear from them, right? Yeah. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's a significant project to begin with, to get this water alleviated. And it's important to hear from you whether you think you're doing the job that it's going to meet their satisfaction, and then let them tell me what they think.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Driesche, I apologize. We did a year and a half ago, we had a meeting with all the affected owners invited, a public information meeting, and it was quite well attended. We took all the feedback from that. At that point, the engineer was recommending replacing the entire drain. And the other main comment we had was issues with or worries with wells, if this would affect any private wells. So the engineer went back to the drawing board. They did a well survey and determined what we're proposing won't affect wells, and that the lower section of the drain was videoed for condition, and it's okay shape for now. It'll last another 15 to 20 years or so.
So at the end where the outlet is, can you describe to me which property that is at the end? How far because you used to live down there, so just live on the next road, but anyway.
So there's two, I guess, points here. The outlet is the road culvert.
Right.
Which is very separate from the rest of the work. So It's down in a property owned by Jameson.
Yeah, down across from the Lambert, right across the road from the Lamberts there. Okay, yeah.
Yes, so that's a road culvert. It's an existing 4-foot pipe. We're just replacing it. It's approximately 5 meters deep. There's no other work happening down there. So that's entirely assessed to, in this case, Norfolk County. The
Okay.
drain itself is starting between what is B&L DeCluett Farms and L. Helmer.
Oh, okay.
So that drain from essentially the 12th concession up to the DeCluett's is from 1999. It was done by Valleys. Those owners, so originally there was some of the scope was to investigate that and replace that portion as well. The DeVosses are on that drain, and the DeCluett's, they had strong feelings that the drain is functioning fine. In their words, they paid for it once. We don't want to pay for it again. It's doing what we want it to do. So we have taken that. It's a drain from 99. It should be working fine. It was cameraed, portions of it, and it seems to be in decent shape. So we're hooking on that at the Helmer property line and coming up to do the top end, which was the piece that was not replaced in 99. So that's what we're being proposed. Originally, we did have an assessment provided to everybody for a full replacement.
So the main drain, which runs behind the homes, that's going to be replaced?
Correct. So from the Helmer property line upstream to, I'm not very good at pronouncing this name, Oshawaka Poultry Inc. I know he's here.
Yep.
That drain's being replaced, and then that drain splits into a branch and a main drain. The main drain runs essentially behind the homes. It does currently kitty corner a couple of the properties, but we have relocated it to the agricultural lands to put it somewhere where it's easier, it's less in trees. And then we're giving each landowner or residential lot a stub, so then they can direct their sub pump or drainage to that location. Okay. Currently, the drain is further into their lots. And their lots are the low spot, they all flood.
Yeah, they do.
Now, when you talk, is all the owners satisfied? I'm going to say yes and no. There's going to be people here that I'm going to say feel that they're paying too much. But unfortunately, we try to treat everyone equally. There are people that have larger lots. Yes, they pay more. But when you look at what they are paying and you compare that to a flooded basement, you have to do a cost benefit, and they each have to do that separately. Yes, the costs, drainage isn't free.
Oh, no, absolutely. I totally understand. We used to have some situations there where the roads, or the water sat on the roadway, and that was near the Williman end there. Is that going to help there, or did we solve all that issue before?
Through the chair to Councillor Van den Driesch, the Woolman drain was disconnected from the Potter's drain. The PF Potter's drain, it was originally connected from the south side of the road to the north. Yeah. That's been capped. I think that was, I forget what year that was. It was capped and disconnected from going north. It now goes separately, goes southeast away from this area. There is a little bit of an overlap in the watershed where the surface water goes to the PF Potter's drain, but the subsurface tile water from the Woolman farm goes south.
Goes south, okay. All right, thank you.
All right, seeing no more questions from council. At this point in time, we will now open the floor to owners within the watershed who wish to speak to the report or ask questions of the engineer. If there are owners who wish to come forward, please do so one at a time. When you get to the podium, please state your name and address or roll number for the record. You will have 5 minutes to present your comments and questions. Once you have finished, the engineer will respond to your questions before we move on to the next owner. At this point in time, are there any owners who wish to speak to this report? Well, that's surprising. Okay. Over here? Okay.
My name's Richard Bake. I live at 1181 12th Concession. My question is, at the end of the drain by Jameson's, what are you replacing that line with, since it's a 4-foot tile already?
So that's at the bottom end. It's getting replaced exactly with a 4-foot surface culvert, which is a 10-year design, which is in excess of the rest of the drain.
What benefit would that be to this drain at this moment?
So it's not really a benefit to the drain, it's a benefit to the road, and the road is paying 100% of it. It's a road culvert replacement, so it's, if you look in the schedules, or in the report, essentially that work is pulled out of the report. It's assessed independently, the engineering's assessed independently, and it's all assessed to Norfolk County. That being said, Norfolk County also pays actual costs, which answers the other question. So if it comes in cheaper, Norfolk saves. If it comes in more, Norfolk pays. It has no effect to the rest of the watershed.
No, I was just looking at taxpayers' money. If there was any way to save any money, would be, if it works fine, don't mess with it. But the rest of everybody else down this line or up the line will end up paying for what they have to. But that was my only concern.
Okay, thank you very much.
So like the water for me doesn't affect my house, but it does really affect my neighbors.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else on, okay, please go to the podium.
My name is Wayne Shea, 1161 12th Concession. Basic question I want to ask is, we had a meeting in regards to this last year and a half ago, and the drain was different than it is now. We haven't had a meeting with this drain, but the cost when we were at the last meeting was $197,000. The cost now is $400,000. So, you know, it looks like they're doing less money and it's costing twice as much.
Okay, Brandon?
A lot of it probably comes down to the road culvert at the bottom end. That wasn't included originally, but when the drain was cameraed, it was deemed to be in poor repair. I'd have to look through the meeting. I know when we had the original meeting, we proposed a couple of options, but as a whole, the project was more money, as were at that time doing the whole scope. I know there was a number of options presented, but we had some feedback after that meeting from mainly the DeCluets and the DeVosses to scale back.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yes, I'm not even going to try and pronounce your last name because I'll get it wrong.
Hello, Dave Olzoka Poultry. Question for the engineer, two things. If that DeVos drain doesn't work, all of this isn't going to work because he's the end of it, right? So what if we do all this and it still floods our fields and basements? Do we have to redo the DeVos thing?
So that drain was done in 1999 by Doug Valley.
Which makes it almost 30 years old. Right?
Yeah, and some things that are 30 years old are still able to work fine.
Not me.
But end of the day, if that drain does fail, Norfolk County has the authority to go in and maintain it. And there's a schedule to do that. But the problem we have is, you know, as an engineer, we're telling, in this case, I believe his name is Terry, he paid for the drain in 1999. He still feels it functions and serves its property. I can't force it among him to push for an upgrade where he has to pay for all the costs when it is actually functioning fine. When we camera it, it's working. Okay. If it does fail, the soils in this area are poor for soil stability. Norfolk can go in and replace it under maintenance. They always have that opportunity. I believe the issue we had with the top end is Norfolk, when you replace something under maintenance, you can't change the size or the capacity or the location. In this case, we're making some number of changes, in this case, a residential area. So this is why we're forcing or going for the upgrade. Because the benefit of doing maintenance is in the landowner's eyes, the engineer isn't involved. So you just deal with Norfolk.
So if it does fail, you guys will come back in just in case. Like I've done a lot of construction and stuff over my lifetime, and stuff that's usually good enough once you get into it, it ain't good enough, and then the budget goes crazy, and yeah.
Well, so all municipal drains and throughout Norfolk County, they can be requested for maintenance at any time. So Norfolk has the ability to go in and rebuild any drain they have. But this drain still has a fairly current design standard. It's a 25 millimeter design, which is still sometimes used, even for new drains. And there was an appetite from those landowners. They felt like it was adequate.
So will the DeVos drain, is it gonna be the same size pipe that's going through our properties, or is it bigger, small? Like, how does this work? Is it go from
it's larger.
8-inch to 12-inch to?
I believe it's a 21 off the top of my head. A lot of the drain we're replacing is an 18.
Okay, so on my property it'll be an 18? Is that, sorry, I didn't read the.
So on your property, the drain is an 18 in the, I call it the Helmer property. In your property, it splits. You have two drains. I believe they're both 12s.
And you guys are gonna do both those drains on mine?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Because also this landowner has ginseng, which I believe is removed.
It's done. Yeah, it's done, but I lost big time because that drain flooded the ginseng, and ginseng isn't rice. So, and to be fair, I bought that property about 5 years ago off of Fred, and I'll mispronounce his name, but across the road. He passed. Nobody ever told me that there was municipal drains on it. Of course not. So, yeah. Well, I buy farms frequently, and yeah, you would expect something written up, but anyhow, he's, like I said, he's not with us anymore, so. But, and then as far as my costs go, there's another meeting in regards to talking about what's fair and what's not, or is it this meeting? I didn't think council has anything to do with costs or assessment, yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, Bill will speak to that.
Okay. All right. That's all I had to say.
Through the chair. Yeah, yes, after, or if the report is adopted by council here, the owners will receive a notice within, I think it's probably 20, 30 days, that there is a quarter revision meeting that owners can address their individual assessments at.
Okay, thank you very much. We already did the members of council, and may I ask the clerk to pull the recommendations from the staff report up on the screen? Okay, they're up, and council has two options before them. Council may, one, move to adopt the report as per staff's recommendations and give the provisional bylaw its first and second reading, initiating the Drainage Act process, or two, move to refer the report back to the engineer for changes, which would come back to council at a later date. Do I have anyone? Councillor Van Passen?
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to move adoption of the report.
Okay, thank you very much. A seconder, Councillor Vanden Rishi. Any other discussion? No? All those in favor? Oh, you have a discussion? Okay.
Thank you very much. That was, I know we're moving right along. But at the end of the day, I want to make sure that those residents that have had issues, I mean, we've had issues down on that road a long time. I want to make sure that what we're looking at, especially the main drain, because that pulls the water away from those homes that are there that have the major concerns, will happen. Just out of curiosity, I think it was mentioned, but I guess you have to make sure it works, correct? That's Bill? Tell me it works.
Through the chair.
I know what you answer. So that's our intention. You know, we work at a firm, or I work at a firm that's 65 years old this year, and we've did drains the whole lifetime. I'm sure you guys know.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
They have firm roots in Langton, and I can tell you, I won't be with them if I screw a drain up in Langton. But the drain itself is, it's in backyards, it's plugged with roots. It's from the 60s. personally, it probably should have been done in 99. I know everyone says they had issues for 25 years. The request was signed in 2024. So we've only been on the project for, I believe, 2 years. And I know they've had issues prior to that, but they had issues, but nobody wanted to push the drain. And I know Norfolk's been out there. They've tried to alleviate with pumping, etc., but the outlet's plugged. And there was ginseng downstream. There was issues in that guy's farm as well. But this is all sealed pipe. It's sewer pipe. It's not a concrete tile, which is downstream. So the drain in 1999 is tile, which is butt end. This is sealed pipe where, it will last, 75 years. The drain is also being proposed out of the residential lots because we don't want to put encompasses on setbacks, that kind of stuff. You have a stub, you can connect to it, but the drain isn't on their land to restrict like a deck or a shed or that kind of stuff. But no, the intention is we have a long-term solution with sealed pipe, and they have something to drain their water to. That being said, these residents shouldn't be hooking directly to the drain. If it surcharges, it will still flood their basement if they're directly connected to it. They should be making sure their houses are not connected or there's backflow prevention in there. These are still municipal drains, they're not storm sewers, so this drain is only designed to take an inch of rain in 24 hours. And if it surcharges and they're directly connected, it will go into their basement. So that's in the report. You're supposed to have a disconnect connection, so you're supposed to pump your water from your sub pump into your lawn and let it go into the drain, not gravity flow it to the drain.
All right, is that good, Councillor Van Den Rishi? Okay. Okay, so we have a motion, a seconder, all in favor? And that is carried. And that concludes the drainage meeting. So with that, we will go back to Councillor Michelle's motion. Yes. And that motion is currently on the floor for discussion. So I already did, I think. Yep. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. The longest motion I've ever saw at this table, but when I boil it down to what it is actually asking for, it's not asking for anything beyond what the existing process is. I talked about it before in my little rant, that each one of these items is supposed to have its own review. That's what this motion's asking for. So what we need to do is, it's a lovely motion, beautiful, long, all those things, but we still got to go back to what I said before. Make a decision, do we want to keep that hall or not? Because this motion needs to give direction to staff to look at plans for a fire hall. We should be specific and say, are those plans going to be to look at building a new fire hall on the existing property or building a new fire hall across the road? Let's make up our mind and give staff clear direction on which direction they want, that we want them to take.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a seconder for that motion? There was Councillor Columbus. Okay, so Councillor Van Passen, what are you suggesting that we do now then?
I would offer to amend this motion, skip all the whereases, and we get back down to the therefore be it resolved that a full review of future plans and options for the new fire and EMS facility in St. Williams be completed on the existing parcel of land.
All right. Councillor Michelle, do you accept that amendment to your motion?
I'm content with that, Madam Chair.
Okay, and Councillor Columbus? Okay, thumbs up. Councillor Duthie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I wonder if maybe I can seek a little clarification from staff, with your permission. And Ms. Potter, I don't know if this is you or maybe this is for our CAO. I'm just trying to understand, and we went through this, a similar conversation regarding the recreation master plan, and how that related to, you know, whether that was closing arenas or repurposing them. This to me feels very much the same, but almost somewhat cart before the horse. And so I guess if the, therefore be it resolved, is that we're going to do a full review of the plans and options for the new facility, et cetera. You know, my understanding of what a master plan was is basically that. It sort of signals this is the direction that we're going, but there are a number of sort of steps that are involved before we actually get there. I think that's how we all got behind the recreation master plan. It wasn't that we're saying that we're just going to close this facility. There's a bunch of work that needs to be done. The site review needs to be done, considerations, consultation, all of this stuff needs to be done. So I guess I would like to hear from staff if I am thinking about this correctly or if I've missed a step somewhere. And I don't know, again, if that's Ms. Potter or that's Mr. Meneses. Okay.
To our CAO, would you like to chime in?
Sure, I can certainly start, and through you, Madam Chair, to the councillors. It's a very difficult proposition to divorce one particular facility from the entirety of the plan. The master plan was predicated on the fact that this county has close to $1 billion worth of buildings, and we are trying to live within our means. This council has been very, very diligent from a financial prudence perspective, and the exercise was for us to look at the ability to live within our means and try to have consolidation of our facilities so that our operating costs on an annual basis were reduced and that our future capital costs to maintain and eventually replace facilities was also going to be reduced, and that we had buildings that were going to be as fully utilized as possible. The moment we try to divorce some of these properties from the overall plan, it merits a fulsome review of the entirety of the plan. So if you recall, when the plan was put together, if it proceeded in the way it was envisioned and approved by council, I think there was something like an $8 million surplus at the end of the day by reducing the number of facilities we had, the operating costs that were going to be reduced. And the plan was that we were going to sell excess facilities to be able to afford to build some of the new facilities. And in the end, we would be in a much more favorable financial position going forward. So if the plan right now, or what we are being asked to do, is simply look at the fire hall and EMS in isolation of the community hall, then that is a deviation from what we currently have in terms of the direction from council. And the plan, whether we liked it or not, was we wanted to try to build multi-purpose facilities to reduce our operating costs and get us in a more solid financial position. The moment you start to have standalone facilities, it starts to cost you more. And the question that council has to ask, and I guess residents have to ask yourselves, is that a luxury that this county can afford? So if it's certainly the direction of council to look at all options as it relates to our fire/EMS station in St. Williams, we can certainly do that, and that I don't think needs to limit itself to just the current location. Maybe there is someone who wants to donate some land. Maybe there is an opportunity for us to do something else and acquire some property in the geographical location that the fire chief deems acceptable from a response time perspective. That makes sense for that community. So if it's council's desire to have staff go back and revisit the future of a fire hall and EMS station in St. Williams in isolation of the rest of it, then I wouldn't limit it just to the current location of the current fire hall.
Okay.
May I just?
Go ahead. Yep.
Thank you. and I apologize, I realize that we're in discussion, and I have some questions, but staff have to answer this related to the motion that's there. So my understanding is that in the updated timeline, this facility is under consideration for somewhere in 2028, 2029. Is it fair to say that, again, some of the things that are included in the motion here in terms of work plans and action items would be completed closer to that timeline?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor, that's correct. We would be proceeding into those kinds of, design decisions and reviews of site requirements as it moves forward.
And if for some reason the review at that point in time said this doesn't make sense based on what we know now in 2028, what then?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, then we would need to come up with alternative options for Council to consider.
So I come back to where I was before. I appreciate the response. I appreciate the passion behind it. But I do think there's two separate issues here. The master plan is just that, is sort of a roadmap, a guide of where we're headed, but it isn't the work plan necessarily of actually doing it. So I'm not sure that I'm ready to be fully behind this at this moment, because I feel like we're headed there anyway. There's a lot more work and steps that need to take place yet. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Our CAO is going to speak to it now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to Council, Councillor Duthie, you are 100% accurate. So the roadmap and the master plan that Council has approved has staff returning back to Council over multiple years with specific milestones required for Council's direction and decision. So when we get to the point where in a few years we're ready to talk about St. Williams and what the future looks like, we'll be asking for money for engineering and architect, look for design, look for the location, look for those traffic studies, all of those different things. And there will be multiple decision points along that way that Council can direct staff at the time on how Council at the time would like to proceed. So if there wasn't going to be a desire to relocate the fire station to a different location, if there wasn't a desire to co-locate an EMS with fire, if there wasn't a desire to have a community space of a certain size, those will all be decision points that Council will make along the way when we come back to Council for decision points along that journey. And that's not specific to the St. Williams example, that's specific to every decision that Council has made in that facilities master plan. So the intent, if you recall, was we've declared already a few that are surplus. We're going to sell them. We're going to start building some money in a reserve. We're going to then start funding different acquisitions, different new constructions and different things. And the idea was that this master plan over the next decade or so would be self-funded. And the idea was that we weren't going to be costing the taxpayers any dollars. In fact, we were going to have savings at the end of the day and along that journey as well. And so that is the intent. And so the way you've depicted it in your narrative is indeed accurate, that there will be decision points along this journey for Council to decide multiple times before we even get to the point of breaking ground.
Okay. Councillor Mashali.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to our CAO. Al, just referring back to what you said earlier, if we do some studies and we examine alternatives for a fire hall EMS on the current fire hall and the adjacent lots to it, that it would cost us more money, but you would concede that it is possible that we could do all of that and have a plan that would actually reduce the total cost to the taxpayer and maybe create a more efficient facility than we currently have proposed. And in fact, I just happen to have here a fairly detailed plan for several alternatives on that site. So I want to say that I don't want to assume that anything we do will simply cost us more money. That's not necessarily what I believe is true.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would just say the following, and I don't know what you have in front of you, but if what you have in front of you is in isolation and just the fire hall by itself, and does that take into account the costing then of maintaining 2 buildings and having to do the capital cost over the years of those buildings? Does that still savings at the end of the day? And I don't know, because I don't know what's in front of you, but those are the types of decisions and the analysis that staff would be taking and putting in front of council for council to make an ultimate decision.
No, I can't talk yet. Anybody else have anything? Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You might throw me out of order here, but the motion that's on the floor is concerning the property where the actual fire station is now. But with that motion, if one was to approve that motion, what happens to the community center then? Can I ask that question? Or is that out of order?
No, you may ask that question.
I'll ask that question then.
To staff?
Yes, to staff.
Okay. Is it out of order, Councillor Van Passen?
Well, I
Councillor
put an
Van
amendment
Passen.
forward to add to Councillor Michelle's motion, but that was the one paragraph, and then the next line in the original motion says, not make any decision that would see the closure, demolition, or loss of the St. Williams Community Center, and that the St. Williams Community Center be removed from the facilities master plan in its current context. So when I read Councillor Michelle's original motion, I assume we're leaving it alone. And the amendment to the motion, the CAO has offered opinion, and Councillor Duthie, I think that's my hope is that little amendment does exactly that. Let's get staff first to look at replacement of the facility at its current location. If they come back and say, you know what, it just doesn't work, or there's a better option geographically at the north end of town, there's a vacant lot we could buy, we could sell this one, then they come back with that. But we want them to start looking. We'll give them, rather than just give direction to staff, give them clear direction. Look at that existing place first, and if it doesn't work, then come tell us. If it does work, then you can tell us the good news, and if it doesn't work, tell us the bad news. But it does also accept the fact that we're willing to maintain a community center and the $205,000 in capital expense over the next 10 years, the $40,000 a year loss. Maybe we can work with the community to cut that down. Maybe we can rent it out more. We can do all those things. But as of today, what this motion would say, let's first look at the fire hall rebuild on the existing property, and we're going to keep that community center open.
Center. Okay. All right.
For myself, point of order then, with the amendment to it, so all of this whereases, because you had mentioned there was a lot of whereases, so we're keeping the fact that we've got this original motion, the amendment in it, so what's really going to happen is we're specifically looking at the fire hall property, leaving the property where the community center is alone, and further in time look at options to make things better or to make things more efficient. Is that a boiled down version of it?
Yes, that is a boiled down version of the motion.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Veary, did you have your hand up? Okay.
Go. Yeah, I don't, okay, so this is, again, it's all going to come back. Community has a chance to participate in that discussion when it comes back. There's no reason to pull it out then today without the plan of the community taking it over or the new design. Like, it doesn't, to pull it out of the plan today, it doesn't accomplish anything, except it makes it that we're never going to go through that process of seeing if there is a better alternative. We're doing the opposite today if we pull it out. So I'm not going to support pulling it out of the plan, precisely for the reason people want it out of the plan, because we haven't seen anything yet. It doesn't make any sense. What if there's something better that we can do? So I think it's premature just to pull it out. None of the other facilities that we did pull out were removed without a plan in place for the community to take it over or to maintain it or to do something. So to just pull it out without any steps being taken toward making sure that it is viable, I don't see the reason to do that today.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Councillor Michelle?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. That's why that section of the motion, though, says in its current context. It currently is slated for demolition. That is not the context that the community wants. It's not the context that makes sense. If we take the approach with the amendment that Councillor Van Passen has added, we are in a position where we can further explore and develop a real understanding of the many right answers that I'm convinced exist for the fire hall property and its adjacent properties. There is also, as a quick example, there is a lot right beside the fire hall, current fire hall station, that is currently for sale. That would be a very good purchase. It will make that entire block a completely perfect square for a lot of possibilities. I am confident that engineering staff, our county staff, are very capable of making it work there, and we can leave the community center out of that current context that it currently is in the master plan, which is to knock it down, and that is unacceptable.
Are there any other comments from council? We're in debate, yeah. Okay, if there's no other comments from council, I just want to say I think we're bordering a little here on operational as opposed to our role as council by picking out pieces of land and coming up with plans and things like that. It's a little unsettling. Not that we don't want to work together with the community, but we have to follow our protocols. So in summary, at this point in time, we have a motion on the floor. We have a seconder. We have an accepted amendment to that. At this point in time, I guess I will call to vote. Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would request a recorded vote, please.
Okay. All right. To the clerk. Councillor Brunton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the motion I'm looking at on the screen here, is this the motion then? Or I'm a little bit confused because I want to make sure what I'm voting on here.
You're voting on Councillor Michelli's motion.
Okay, that disappeared there a minute ago.
Oh, okay. Yep. And then with the...
Can we blow it up here so we can...
It is kind of little.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
You had it highlighted there a minute ago, so...
Sorry, I'm looking for some clarification, just real quick, Chair. Sorry. I
Yes.
think Councilor Van Passen said to get rid of the whereases.
Yes.
And so if the whereases are in it still, I have other concerns. And if they're not, then I don't. So I need some clarification on what we're actually voting on also, please.
Okay, Councillor Van Passen, did you mean the rest of the parts of the motion where it has, whereas the booking system, whereas you want all those gone?
Well, I don't really see the need for all the introductory options. but
Okay.
I was amending the existing motion, so I would leave it to the mover and seconder, the existing motion. I just wanted to get the details right inside of that, but I don't think they need them.
Yeah, I think it's a little,
So it's the highlighted motion we're dealing with here.
that's the amendment, is it not?
Correct.
Yes, that's the amendment that Councillor Van Passen put forward. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for Councillor Brunton and anyone else's clarity, we are voting, the motion is on all of the be it resolved, correct?
Okay,
Not
yes.
just the highlighted portion. Okay,
Correct.
we understand that? Because
Yeah.
do you understand that, Councillor
Well,
Brunton?
hold it now. He's highlighted a whole pile more here.
And that's why he's doing that, because that's the motion. What
Okay,
he's
all
highlighting
right.
is the motion.
I
Yes.
just want clarity, that's...
Okay, has everyone had a chance to read the motion? It is highlighted, it starts with now, therefore, be it resolved, and then continuation. And it has the amendment in there from Councillor Van Passen. So we will go with a recorded vote. Sorry? Oh, yep, the CAO has a question.
Through you, Madam Chair, just a question on the final and finally, that council consider the wider impact of the loss of rural community centers. is that implying or directing staff to look at all of our rural community centers or just this one?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. CAO. I think that section there is a comment on just the value of community centers in general, in not just Norfolk County, but anywhere, any rural location, just as a principle. I would suggest leaving it in there, but it's certainly not my intent to have us go back and review every single community center in Norfolk County. Absolutely not. The intent of that wording was to just identify and emphasize how important rural community centers are to people.
Okay, Councillor Michelli, what about if it is the wider impact that the loss of a rural community center has on a wide range of local economic and social activities?
Yeah, as I think, that's for council to consider, I believe, but that's, so is there a suggestion, a rural community center, is that an amendment that we're talking about?
Talking specifically about St. Williams here, so.
Okay, I'm content with that. I mean, this is, in this case, this is specifically about the St. Williams Community Center.
Okay, and before we go to our recorded vote, Councillor Duffy has asked to have the floor one more time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I've only spoke once so far since discussion was called, so I would like to just say one more thing. I again, truly appreciate the sentiment that's shared and the work that Councillor Michelli has done and the consultation he's done with his community. I spent some time, I actually grew up for a period of time in Forestville and attended the school in St. Williams before it was closed. So I appreciate it. What I will say, though, is I think that the time to have removed this site from any consideration, whether demolished or not, any consideration was back in October. And while we were fully engaged with the consultant on this, there's been lots of dialogue. Staff did a workshop, council has done a workshop on it. There's been lots of dialogue. And I'm concerned that if we are going to pull one community center from the consideration of the overall master plan, we then need to take a fulsome, hard look at the rest all over again. And I'm not willing to do that at this point, because there are so many other steps, so many other reviews, studies, etc., that need to go forward before we actually get to the point of actioning something. So I feel like it would be short-sighted of this group to remove it at this point. Let the work continue. We still will have the option, or the future council will have the option to pull it if they think it doesn't make sense, and based on staff's review, it doesn't make sense. So I can't get behind supporting this at this moment in time. Again, appreciate the work. We're not there yet. This is cart before the horse right now.
Councillor Veary?
Yeah, I'll take my second opportunity as well then, and just to add that I agree. I mean, we heard from several community groups, and we worked with them when we could in October and tried to encourage them to take things on. We've had other facilities that weren't in any plan that people are frustrated about, and we stuck to our guns because we have to start making financial decisions. It didn't occur to me that I could, reopen the marina or bring a gallery full of people, and that we would back off on those things, or Linwood, or pick one. We've done these things, and so we have to keep going with the plan. And like I say, and Alan said too, or Councillor Duthie said too, that there's lots of opportunities for the community to provide input as this thing evolves. So no, I want to continue with what we're doing and keep making decisions to move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. How many times have you spoken, Councillor? Okay, there you go.
Yes, this will be my second time. Thank you. I'll be voting in favor, and the reason I'm going to vote in favor is the simple fact that I would like to see a building removed, because I'm very concerned if we're starting to look at something in 26, 27, 28, that building can become demolished, and I don't want that. I want our time well spent on looking at options on the property of the fire hall where it exists today. and be able to find options that way for that community. So this is why I'll be voting for it. Because why spend valuable time debating whether a building is torn down or not torn down when we can remove that from the equation now? Thank you.
All right. Okay, with that, we will now have a recorded vote. Leave it to the clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So starting with the councillor who asked for the recorded vote, Councillor Michele.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Very.
No.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Duthie.
No.
Councillor Vandendriessche.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Huffman.
No.
Councillor Brunton.
Yes.
All right, with that, that motion is carried 5-3, and that's the end of that one.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, okay, we will take, I know it appears very anticlimactic at this point, but, so just in summary, Councillor Michele's motion was successful, so. So on behalf of Councillor Michele and his constituents, thank you so much for coming out and showing what it means to represent your community. And sometimes things get to go your way. So anyways, that's great. So everybody, I'll give you a few minutes to clear out, and then we'll get back to the rest of our meeting. Okay, thank you so much.
Hey Norfolk County, I'm Chris, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes to show you how Norfolk County manages stormwater in our towns and communities. Stormwater isn't just rain or melted snow. It's any excess water that runs off hard surfaces like roads, driveways, and rooftops. But where does that water go? And why is managing it important? Norfolk's stormwater systems include pipes, ditches, catch basins, and ponds that work together to manage this runoff. Stormwater systems like ponds slow the flow and allow dirt and pollutants to settle and release cleaner water into the environment. Without proper management, stormwater can flood basements, damage roads, and carry contaminants like oil, garbage, and salt into our rivers and lakes. That's why Norfolk County created a dedicated stormwater team in 2024 to better understand and maintain what we already have while planning for the future. This stormwater pond in Port Dover helps to reduce flooding and improve water quality. Over time, sediment and pollutants build up within storm ponds, limiting their ability to hold water. This creates an ideal environment for algae and invasive plants like Phragmites to flourish. This fast-growing species can block out the flow of water and crowd out native vegetation, reducing the habitat that local wildlife depends on. To restore this pond, we're removing the excess sediment and transporting it to a licensed site. We're also clearing invasive plants, reshaping the pond's banks, and upgrading the outlet that controls the flow of water. This work will improve water quality, allow the pond to hold more water, reduce flooding risks, and provide a healthier habitat for plants and wildlife. Stormwater management isn't just about what you see on the surface. It's also about the infrastructure underground. We use special tools to locate, map, and inspect the pipes and infrastructure that connect the ponds to the wider stormwater system. This helps us to understand how water moves through our communities and identify issues that need our attention. It's likely that you or someone that you know has been impacted by flooding, erosion, or drainage issues. All of that connects back to stormwater. Stormwater management isn't just about pipes and ponds. It's about protecting the communities and the nature that surrounds us. As Norfolk County grows, so does our responsibility to manage stormwater, and that's our job. With smart planning, hard work, and community support, we're building a cleaner, safer, and more resilient future together.
Welcome to Norfolk County, where land meets lake and opportunity grows deep and wide. Located on the north shore of Lake Erie, in the heart of southwestern Ontario, Norfolk spans 1,600 square kilometers, making us one of Ontario's largest single-tier municipalities. Our roots run deep in agriculture, food production, and advanced manufacturing, industries that shaped our past and are powering Ontario's future economy. Home to over 70,000, we are bold, diverse, and fiercely local. From Port Dover to Long Point, our folks are putting down roots, sometimes in sand, sometimes in soil, but always in a place they're proud to call home. Big land, big vision, unmatched potential. That's Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County.
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 My name is Bowden Winnicki.
My name is Lindsay Kaliokoski.
My name is Alex Ryan. I work as a park student.
I work as an economic development coordinator.
I work on roads department in Delhi.
I work as a supervisor for waste management. I work as a committee coordinator in the clerk's department.
Okay, what's the first question? What I love about my job is the people.
All right, what do I love about my job?
It's really the community. No day is the same.
It is because I get to work with a bunch of great guys.
It directly impacts really positively the residents of Norfolk County.
I love the people that I get a chance to work with. Every day is different. The mix of things is what makes me happy and keeps me going.
First and foremost, the community. The people of this community are so welcoming. Is the amazing team I get to work with every day here at Norfolk County.
Opportunity to help people, to help my community.
One of the things I love the most about my job is my team. I love who I work with and what I do while I'm here.
I get to work on projects and in programs that support our community, that help make lives better for the people who live here, who work here, and who come here to visit.
Every day you feel like you've accomplished something on the way home, and you're working with a bunch of great people who are equally as committed to the community and serving our communities.
The pace here is very good and great work-life balance. They put wellness on the forefront, so I'm part of the Apple Committee, and there's lots of opportunity at Norfolk County.
Flexible work hours, great work-life balance, great staff, great friends, and of course, what's not to love about Norfolk County? We're Ontario's garden.
I love helping people, I love helping residents, and that's what makes Norfolk County a great place to come to work.
I chose to work for Norfolk County because I grew up in Delhi, so it's close to home, and I've enjoyed working for my community and my friends and family.
Definitely 100% the people. There are lots of community champions, and everyone's been so kind and welcoming.
Because I was born and raised here, and I wanted to help give back to my community.
I love giving back to a community that I grew up in. I love my team, and I love that I can leave a legacy here in the communities.
When I had the opportunity to come home and serve the public, I jumped at that opportunity. I started my career as an area planner for this place. It's interesting that at the end of my career, this opportunity came up to come back and make Norfolk a better place.
Is being able to live and work in the community that we're a part of.
I did choose to work for Norfolk because I'm an engineer by trade, and I like to solve problems. And realized how rewarding it was to be able to contribute to initiatives within the area that I've always called home. I love it here. You should consider joining the public sector, joining the municipality, because it's so diverse. There's something for everyone. Local government is the closest to the people. We get to work with our residents day in and day out, and there is something for you in every department for Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County. Do you know how your property taxes are spent? Let's take a look together. First, we need to start with Norfolk County's budget. Every year, staff and council confirm the funds required to be collected from the property taxes paid by you and 35,000 other Norfolk County taxpayers. These funds contribute to Norfolk County's levy and capital budgets, which lay out how your tax dollars are used. The capital budget is also funded by the rate budget, the funds paid by residents known as ratepayers for water and wastewater services through their monthly water bill. The levy budget is used to deliver programs and services for residents ranging from emergency services like fire and EMS, waste services like garbage collection, recreation services like arenas, trails, and parks, maintenance services like snow removal and road repair, and human services like homelessness prevention and health education programs. Our levy budget also supports our libraries and museums, administrative services for council, and the many staff who keep Norfolk County operating. Services like recreation programs for children, adults, and seniors, and our Ride Norfolk Transit program are also paid for with property taxes and supplemented by user fees. And across Ontario, a portion of each resident's property tax bill goes to our local school boards. About a third of the property taxes collected are allocated to the capital budget or reserves for future capital spending, which includes other funding sources like the federal and provincial government, reserve funds, grants, debt, and development charges, as well as funds from the rate budget. Together, the capital budget goes toward longer-term projects, such as our investments in water and wastewater facilities, as well as building and renewing our parks, roadways, pools, arenas, and other things we use every day. So the next time you hear someone ask, "Where are my property taxes going?" you can tell them to look down, look up, and look forward. Your tax dollars are at work all around you every day. When you visit your local park with your family, drive to work on cleared roads, register for swimming lessons, get rid of that old couch you've outgrown, or contact Service Norfolk about that pothole on your street that needs to be fixed. Your tax dollars are also being invested in initiatives to improve the lives of Norfolk County residents in the years to come to make Norfolk County a better place for future generations. While Norfolk County's budget is prepared once a year, your feedback helps us make decisions and plan for the future. We are committed to listening to you so that our budget reflects what is important to our community. Learn more about Norfolk County's budget at norfolkcounty.ca/budget.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scotland and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scotland is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation / Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing / Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's 2 entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have 3 main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those 3 options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there.
Okay, we've got quorum. Next on our agenda is item 7, presentations. We have no presentations today. Bear with me, I just had a coughing fit. Number 8, communications. We have 4 communication items today. Councillor Van Passen has requested to pull agenda item 8.4, letter from James Christensen regarding the commemorative Veterans Crosswalk, and Councillor Michelle has requested to pull agenda item 8.3, St. William's petition for further discussion. First, we will deal with the balance of the communication items. Can I please have a motion to receive communications 8.1 and 8.2 as information? Councillor Vanden Rishi, seconded by Councillor Duffy. All in favor? And that is carried. So, Councillor Van Passen, you now have the floor in relation to your pulled item.
The pulled item from communications.
Yeah.
I think the deputation covered that one off as well. So I don't think I need to ask any more questions. So.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Michelle, you now have the floor for your pulled item, which probably is of no consequence at this point in time either.
Madam Chair, are you referring to 8.5.2? Oh, well, I do still want to mention that because I did not get an opportunity earlier. Just for council's information and maybe for future consideration, that petition had over 850 names on it, and it was an authentic, actual, traditional, conventional petition. The petitions were placed in local businesses. Local people signed it. There were some signatures, and if you've had a chance to just glance through it, you'll see that the vast majority of the signatures are from people from St. Williams itself, just to give you a real added context to the commitment of the community with regard to that, that motion that we previously passed. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the approval of minutes. May I have a motion to approve the following minutes? Oh, sorry. We'll need to approve those 2 as information. I did the other 2 separately. So with that, can I have a mover? Councillor Michelle, seconder, Councillor Van Passen. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay, now we're moving on to the approval of minutes. May I have a motion to approve the following minutes as presented? The following minutes be approved as presented. 9.1, council meeting minutes, May 26, 2026. 9.2, special council meeting minutes, June 2nd, 2026. And 9.3, special council meeting minutes, June 18th, 2026. Do I have a motion? Councillor Vanden Rishi, a seconder. Councillor Columbus, all in favor? And those minutes are carried. Reports under the Municipal Drainage Act. As per the Municipal Drainage Act, the matter will be heard at 2:30, and we did that. And it was 10.1 Potter's Drain, and the report for consideration is PW-26-24. 11, reports of committees of the whole. May I have a motion to approve the following committees of the whole meeting minutes as presented? The recommendation that the following minutes be approved as presented. 11.1 Public Hearing Committee meeting, June 2nd, 2026. Do I have a motion? Councillor Brunton, a seconder. Councillor Vanden Rishi, all in favor? And that motion is carried. Okay, both Councillor Van Passen and Councillor Michelle have requested to pull agenda item 11.2, Council and Committee meeting minutes, June 11th, 2026, re-agenda item 8.5.4, the MAT and STR for further discussion. Okay, so do we want to start with that one first, I guess? Clerk? Okay. All right, Councillor Van Passen, Councillor Michelle, the floor is yours. Councillor Michelle?
Madam Chair, yeah, I just have a question. I'd also requested to pull item 8.5.2 regarding the the facilities master plan as it pertains to the Walsingham Institute Hall lease agreement.
Okay. I'm just checking to make sure that it's not in anything else in here. No, I don't see it. Okay, so
I'm happy to do it after we do this if you like, but
Okay,
I did make that request.
okay, sure. Yeah, there were a lot of items pulled, so one of them might have been missed. So anyways, go ahead with your MAT and STR.
Are you looking to me, Madam Chair, or Councillor Van Passen? Okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I pulled this item, two reasons. Fundamentally, I disagree with implementing these new bylaws. And secondly, I think there's a lot of errors, omissions, improper statements in the actual bylaws. And I want to make sure that my name is not attached to anything. So if somebody's going to put this on the floor, I want a recorded vote on it so I can vote no. And we've discussed it for a long time. I still think it's the wrong thing to do at this time or ever, and I will just leave it at that. I think I've harped about this enough over the last year. I disagree with it, but again, the bylaws themselves need a lot of work, and I don't want to be attached to it in any which way. So.
Okay, are the bylaws that you're not happy with, is it the actual content of, or is it spelling errors? Is it grammatically incorrect? Is there?
Yes.
Okay.
All of those things.
All of the above.
And, you know, according to the motions, draft bylaws were presented with the report. That's what we're implementing. I did sit down with staff, spent an hour with them going over what I considered errors, omissions, improper wordings, all of those things. But in their current form, I just don't even think they're enforceable, but that's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Van den Riesche.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just refer back to what Councillor Van Passen had indicated, that he was going to sit down with them and make it correct. So the question to my councillor across the way there, so you had no success in repairing those notes to make sure that they were copacetic to what your thoughts were, because you're saying there's still errors in it? Did you have that fair discussion with staff?
If I could, I could only bring it to their attention. It's council that approved it at the committee. Those are the minutes that are here. If staff were to, or council would give them direction to review them or change them, that would be different, but they can't just, if they present one thing, they can't bring that forward and just change it on their own.
Would staff like to respond?
Sure, through the chair to the councillor. We did sit down with Councillor Van Passen for about an hour last week and go through both of the bylaws, and we are going to make some edits and corrections and some clarifications. There were some good points raised about some issues that we can adjust, and the intent is to bring back the full bylaw for council's approval on the agenda. We took that approach with feedback from our clerk's department.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that.
Okay, that's good. That clarifies that. Okay, so Councillor Micheli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, just for clarity, so if I understand staff's planning on bringing back the bylaw with some of the suggestions, changes that Councillor Van Passen suggested, and I also had some suggestions for some changes and some questions that I thought needed to be addressed, and through my own fault, I did not submit them to staff until yesterday. So, due to a sort of a technological glitch, but I will ask, and if this needs to be a motion, do I need to direct staff to also consider those changes that I sent off to staff to be also included in this future updated version of the, and my comments were connected exclusively to the short-term rental bylaw. Can that be done?
Sure. Through the chair to the counselor, we did get the information and we do have some answers prepared if you wanted to ask an open session, or we're happy to take your feedback and see what we can integrate. I don't know what's the most appropriate.
Well, when you, thank you, Stephanie, but when you bring this back, will there be opportunity for some reviewer revision at that time?
Through the chair to the counselor, yes. The clerk is telling me yes.
Okay.
So, yes.
Okay, good. Well, then I, for the moment, I will leave it to you to possibly just communicate with me in the interim what you think about those suggestions and what your responses are, and I will then take it from there. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, Councillor Van Passen has made it clear that he does not support the MAT and the STR, and you have requested a recorded vote. Is that correct, Councillor Van Passen?
I think that if somebody puts a motion on the floor, I would be requesting it, but maybe direct the question to the clerk. The motions that were presented at CNC, that council or we approved the municipal accommodation tax and direct staff to proceed with implementation. But if staff are going to go back and look at some revisions, we can't really approve it yet, can we? Because what are we approving? Like, which one is it?
So through you, Chair Hoffman, the minutes were pulled, so that means council essentially has a blank slate in front of it. You can either adopt and confirm the resolution that was forwarded from CIC. You can propose a new resolution to replace the one that CIC passed. You can amend the one that CIC passed. So you have three options in front of you. And right now, as I understand it, we don't have any motion on the floor, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councillor Brunton.
Here we go again, a little confused. I think, I know where I stand on this issue, but Councillor Van Passen, Councillor Michele both made, I'm going to call it, changes to the motion. They've asked staff to do things to the bylaws. At least that's the way I've interpreted it here. I don't know if those are motions or are they simple requests, but how are we dealing with that?
All right, the bylaw will be coming back to council prior to implementation. Is that correct, staff? So at this point in time, can we adopt what was done at CIC? We've got something, we'll need I guess a motion and a seconder to get something back onto the blank slate, and then we hold it there, and then Councillor Van Passen can request, when the bylaw comes back, he can request a recorded vote. John?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for note, we did have a very good conversation with Councillor Van Passen, and of course the questions from Councillor Michele very well received. It does not change the context of what we've presented and what we've talked about necessarily over the last year. A lot of it is it's housekeeping, some minor edits, will not change the content. It will help us identify some definitions. That is it. So we think it's good to go, and as mentioned, the bylaw will come back and we will note any edits that we've made that are relevant and that we can make a change to.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Van Den Raadsche.
Therefore, I'd like to make a motion, Madam Chair, that we accept the motion that was prepared for the CIC meeting and move forward with that, and anything else that comes, it can be a recorded vote, I really don't care. And then at the time of the bylaw, then the further discussion can take place. But I would like a motion on the floor to accept what we did at CIC.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
That's already it's in the minutes, correct?
Yeah.
But it was pulled.
No, I know, but we haven't changed the motion.
Correct. Microphones, no talking across the floor, please.
Maybe I can explain again.
Okay, just a minute. Clerk is going to speak.
Yes, just maybe I wasn't clear enough. So when the minutes are pulled, council has three options. Either confirm the recommendation came from CIC, offer an amendment, or offer a whole new motion. Councillor Vandendriessche is offering a motion to accept the minutes from the CIC meeting.
All right, you are the seconder? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, we have a mover, we have a seconder. Do we want a recorded vote? Okay, all right, we'll let the clerk take over and we'll do a recorded vote. Is there any more discussion? No more discussion. No.
So Councillor Van Passen has requested a recorded vote. Okay, starting with the Councillor Van Passen.
No.
Councillor Brunton.
No.
Deputy Mayor Hoffman.
Yes.
Councillor Michelle.
No.
Councillor Berry.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Duthie.
Yes.
Councillor Vandendriessche.
Yes.
Okay, and with that, that motion is carried 5-3 for the yeses.
Thank you.
All right, now, both, next on the agenda is both council, I know we've already kind of heard from you, Councillor Van Passen, but Councillor Columbus has requested to pull agenda item 11.2, council and committee meeting minutes, June 11th, 2026, read the agenda item 8.5.1, the community-led initiatives, commemorative veterans crosswalk for further discussion. Okay, Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I raised this when we heard the deputation from Mr. Christensen. It's with respect to the first bullet of that motion, resolution, or recommendation, where it mentions that 100% of the project capital cost be raised and transferred to Norfolk County prior to the county commencing procurement or installation of any crosswalk. And then at the end, the last paragraph, where it talks about an allocation of $20,000 for a decorative crosswalk installation in Simcoe to be funded from the Council Reserve Initiative. And there's a conflict there between the first bullet and that last paragraph. The other thing I wanted to mention was that the community of Delhi, the Legion at Delhi, they have raised, I think it's $10,000 or something already towards a crosswalk. I don't know what the affiliation is with staff on this, but they too are wanting to proceed with a crosswalk. They've been working at it for 2 years actually, and they're at a crossroads. So I just wonder if anybody can update me on this and whether, I know it's a very noble idea to put one of these veteran sidewalks in. And I know I spoke with the Delhi Legion members a couple times this past week, and they've raised the issue.
Okay. Oh, Stephanie, would you like to address this?
Sure, through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So this application came in through the community-led initiatives process from that applicant. So when applicants bring these things forward, they typically do that community outreach. And then we bring it forward to council for consideration. So she had mentioned trying to reach out to some of the Legion groups and not getting a lot of response, but I'm sure if these groups have a crosswalk ready, they could reach out to her and work with her, or they could submit their own community-led initiatives application. But I think that they're working towards the same goal that this application was. So I think there would be a really great opportunity for them to work together potentially.
Well, you mentioned the same goals, so does that mean every community in Norfolk, Port Rowan, Port Dover, Waterford, would each be entitled to $20,000 to put a summer crosswalk in?
It is a slippery slope. Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just this actual motion, I'm pretty sure I said this and might want to check the tape, what I said, notwithstanding the above. And then we added the last line that we amend the budget for Simcoe because to Councillor Columbus's question, I made the point the Caroline Tower in Simcoe was built 101 years ago for all those who had fallen across the entire county of Norfolk. And then each of the municipalities at the time had their own little cenotaphs, but the Carillon Tower was for all of Norfolk County, so I think I'm taking a little bit of a stretch, but maybe we can treat it a little bit differently and get the construction done of that one, and gives full support to all the other community groups, and we'll work with them, and they can save their fundraising efforts for all the other communities. But that was the intent of the motion, and I think staff missed that word on the motion here itself. But the idea is Cenotaph, or the one in Simcoe, is for all of Norfolk County, so we'll help fund that one, and we'll work with the groups to do all the other ones. So.
Councillor Columbus.
I just think that we have to be fair and equal to each urban center on this. The Legion is the Legion, and I really think the work they do in the community is great, but we have to be fair and equal to all the communities.
Okay, so do you have a motion?
No, I didn't have a motion. It's just that I brought up the fact that the first bullet and the last paragraph are in conflict, so.
I know, but we're kind of at a standstill here.
Well, I would suggest that if we're giving $20,000 to one urban center, we should be giving money to each and every one of them that come forward.
Okay. To the clerk, is there any way that, not revoke, but is there, I guess we go to that notwithstanding word that Councillor Van Passen keeps, that he's referred to, and we pull back that 20,000 from the council initiative, and then we go back to just having each Legion or the community groups led by the Legion fundraise for the total amount of the crosswalk? Councillor Columbus?
Madam Chair, I did ask Mr. Christensen the question, and I believe I heard that they were capable
yes.
of raising their own money, just like the other communities. So
yeah.
That's why I thought of it.
Okay.
So through you, Madam Chair, I believe this is the same instance. So this item has been pulled from the CIC maintenance. So although there was a recommendation that came forward from CIC from 2 weeks ago, Council now has the prerogative to either endorse that resolution, amend that resolution, or offer a new resolution based on that. So it's wide open for Council to make a determination on how they want to proceed.
Okay, Councillor Columbus.
Madam Deputy Mayor, if I could then put a motion on the floor to have it as printed, except deleting the last paragraph about the $20,000 for the decorative crosswalk in Simcoe.
Okay. All right, is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Brunton. And is that, are you seconding it? Okay, is there any discussion?
I would like to speak to that. I'm a little bit at a loss here. Last week, or when the young lady came in here, I was under the impression that we were going to do a crosswalk, but I was totally caught off guard with that. And I don't think I was provided with the information at the time. I asked the question, if you remember, had she spoken to the Legion or the Army and Navy? And I cannot recall what her answer was. If you remember, I asked that question. And to me, that's the first thing that we should have asked. Like, how are the other legions, or how is our Legion going to participate? And they just said they think they've raised money already, or started to raise money to do it. And in all respect to Councillor Van Passen, I think it's a great gesture to say we're going to pay for it, but I heard on the radio the next day that we're going to pay for them all, and that caught me off guard. So I kind of wonder why she showed up here on her own that day and without all the information that I thought we should have had. Plain and simple. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a seconder. Councillor Duffy. Discussion?
Thank you. I wonder, through you, Madam Chair, I appreciate the sentiment shared here today, and certainly give recognition to the work that Ms. Johnson did, and also I know that there was consultation with other groups at various stages of getting it to where it is today. So I wonder if Councillor Columbus would be open to amending the motion. I think if I heard from Mr. Christensen correctly, some of the requests were related to having input on the design, the opening, and the timing. and someone correct me if I've missed anything else, if that may, it does say, I think in the second bullet point, including consultation with appropriate community stakeholders as required. I just wonder if we could specifically lay out those items that Mr. Christensen has brought forward.
That's exactly what I'm hoping for. I think we need to tidy this up.
So I guess that's my question to the mover and seconder, is if we can just include the specific notes that Mr. Christensen has made in his deputation and in the letter.
Certainly, Councillor Duthie, however you want to doctor it up, I think it's important to put that information forward.
Now, will there be, to staff, I guess, my question, I'm sorry if I'm speaking ahead of when I'm supposed to, but I just need to answer this question. Is there consultation now with the community group that's in the lead, let's say the Simcoe Legion? Would they then have some more correspondence with staff and working with them in regards to the well, we've already determined the location, but is there more staff involvement?
Yes, that's correct. So in the original report, we flagged that they would have to work with our engineering staff according to the terms in our crosswalk policy in order to pick the location, and that consultation may be required. Like, let's say if a crosswalk is going in a downtown area, you may need to consult with a BIA. If it's in the heritage area, you may need to consult with the Heritage Committee, and obviously would want to involve the Legion in these discussions as well.
All right, thank you. So there's oversight after today, once we get the motion and get it tidied up and all the I's dotted and the T's crossed, there will be continual, okay, gotcha. All right, Councillor Duthie, did you want to do a friendly amendment, even though there's no such thing, to Councillor Columbus's motion, or?
Yeah. I think Councillor Columbus indicated that he was okay with it, so I think it comes down to the seconder, but if
okay.
For some reason it's not, I have to make it an official amendment.
All right, seconder? Okay. Councillor Vera, I'm going to put you on the spot. I know, but I want your opinion on how we move forward.
No, you don't.
With the deputation from CIC.
I don't know. Can you be more specific? Like, what are you asking me to do? What are you asking me to do right now?
How would you like the Legion and the Army, Navy, and the other groups involved to? Do you want them to? Reach out? Do you want, I can't remember her last name, it's gone.
Jocelyn, yeah.
Yeah. Do you want her to, the direction is her to reach out? Well, I think we have a gap here somewhere.
Yeah, well, what it sounds like is there's lots of people have things and then I got to fall on the sword now. So, so from talking with Stephanie, she's never had any issues with working with anybody. It was a matter of wanting to move this forward as quickly as possible because she's a mom who's got a son that's in active service and she wanted to do something. And so that's what this has come down to. So I'm sure that if I shouldn't say I'm sure, I suspect that if we go back and suggest to her that, hey, let's work all together and do this, she'll be very happy to hear that everyone wants to come together and work on this project, because that's the sentiment that I had heard from her all along. So I don't see any problems if we want to make these changes. I think that as long as she's included, she'll be very happy to work with any number of partners.
Councillor Duthie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, my apologies, and I guess this is somewhat back to Councillor Columbus. Just because it was noted in the letter that we received from June 16th of the involved members, including Branch 79 of the Army, Navy, and Air Force Unit 255, the 69 Battery Association, who did a club in the Warrior State Committee, if they could be listed specifically, as they were already actively involved. So I believe there was another bullet point added there. So if we could specifically note them. And the wording in the letter was directly involved in the planning and execution of this project, and all opening plans are conducted with appropriate protocol. And should take place upon completion in 2027 and not before. And I think we've already got that far through staff's work. So.
Ms. Fanning, sorry about that.
Microphone.
No, that's no problem. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Huffman. I just wanted to note that if we could keep the last paragraph in the motion so that the approved capital budget be amended to include an allocation of $20,000 for decorative crosswalk installation Simcoe, But instead of to be funded from the council initiative reserve, we can go back to the original motion from the report, which was to be funded from external recoveries, just so then we can get the capital project set up and make sure that's tracking is in place.
Okay, I've done my best to tidy it up. I think we've got all of our I's dotted and our T's crossed. I'll look to my left and maybe just get okay. Got a head nod there, so I'll take that. I'm sorry to put you on the spot there, but I needed that to be resolved as well. I think, go ahead, Councillor Columbus.
Just wondered if we could see on the screen here what our motion actually is in full.
Okay.
Full detail. Thanks.
Councillor Van Passen, did you have anything more to add?
Yes, the reason that I asked that it be funded from the Council Initiative Reserve, because the policy is there, but nobody can start until the money, they have to raise it first, give it over to the county, and in order to proceed with this as quickly as possible, and again, it is the tower in Simcoe and the crosswalk proposed for Wilson Street is a monument on behalf of the entirety of Norfolk County. So it warrants maybe a bit more support from Norfolk County, and that by the council funding it from the initiative reserve would allow them to start the process right away to order the proper materials, get the design done. They don't have to wait and do the fundraising first. And I don't see any problem with funding a Norfolk County monument with Norfolk County's reserves. Let's get them started. And when the deputation made her presentation 2 weeks ago, she was more than happy with that idea that they would continue the process in all the other urban areas, and that allowed them fundraising, because a Veterans Memorial crosswalk is long overdue. We should have had it here years ago, and I don't want to delay it any more than we have to, and I still have no problem in nipping in to the council initiative reserve to fund it. Like give the local group full control to do everything. We'll just cut them a check when they're done. I don't want to get in their way. I want it done their way, on their schedule, and get it done. But I have no problem funding it. And you know, I think it's. I don't like the idea of pulling that part of the motion out. I don't think that. I think it should be left in.
Okay, Councillor Duthie, could you kind of repeat your amendment? And the clerk, they didn't get it all.
Oh, certainly. So if it could go up on the screen, that might be helpful just so I can see it. But the request is that the consulted stakeholders would be Branch 79 of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, Unit 255, 69 Battery Association, the Who Did It Club, and the Warriors Day Committee, certainly as well as the Legion. Branch 79, sorry, it says that. And should be directly involved in the planning and execution of this project, and that all opening plans are conducted with appropriate protocol, which should take place upon completion in 2027 and not before. And that's the request here. I take Councillor Van Passen's points as well. That's somewhat separate.
Okay, we'll just wait for that to be up there, and then I was in the middle of an impassioned speech, but then I realized I had to wait my turn. Now I can't remember what I was going to say. Pardon? That's the burden of the chair. It is. Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's about as clear as mud here a bit. The last paragraph that approves capital budget to include the allocation of $20,000 for a decorative crosswalk installation, Simcoe, to be funded from external recovery. So what we're saying is they're going to raise the monies to do it, just like any other community would do if they wanted to do it. Councillor Van Passen is saying extend them the $20,000 and they pay us back? Is that what you're saying? Or are you, oh no, you clearly want it paid. Okay, I get your picture. But this, under the motion, does say it is from external.
Through the chair to Councillor, so yeah, originally that's the motion that we had in the original staff report, and then through discussion earlier when this motion was first brought up, we were showing the amended motion, which was to be funded from the Council Initiative Reserve, and then that one was completely strike through. So I just wanted to make sure that that capital budget amendment remain in place so that we can get that set up and allow for the tracking that we need in order to make sure we have the funding there. Council can determine whether that's through external recoveries or through the Council Initiative Reserve. The Council Initiative Reserve does have a sufficient uncommitted balance to fund the $20,000 if that's Council's purview. But if we could keep the budget amendment in and Council can decide the funding, that would be helpful for us.
But under the actual motion that reads here, when it does say to be funded from external recoveries, it says that means that it's going to be paid for by the groups rather than coming out of the initiative fund.
Through the chair, that's correct.
All right, that's all I wanted to make sure of that.
Okay, we have a motion, we have an amended motion, we have on the floor, we have a seconder. With that, I will call to vote. I will call Councillor Van Passen.
I will put forth a formal amendment that the last line be amended to include an allocation of $20,000 for the decorative crosswalk installation Simcoe to be funded from the Council Initiative Reserve.
Okay. Councillor Columbus, your call.
As the mover of this motion, I cannot accept that from Councillor Van Passen.
Okay, seconder?
No.
No. You second it. Oh, just a minute, your mic, please.
Sorry, Madam Chairman. Councillor Columbus's motion treats everybody fairly, and that's what I seconded.
Okay. All right. I'm just clarifying. This has to be the most interesting council meeting that we've had in a long time. So, you've put something forward. You need a seconder for that. Okay. Who seconds that? You do not have a seconder, the motion fails. What? A question? Okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just was wondering if Councillor Van Passen would be willing to say in that last line he's proposing of up to $20,000. Would that be acceptable? But it doesn't say up to. It says an allocation. So can we change that to up to?
Get a seconder for that, so it's done, it's off the floor.
Madam Chair, that was my consideration for whether or not I wanted to second, if that was, he was willing to make that change.
Okay, so you're offering to second the amendment.
If that change is in there.
Okay. So we have a motion to amend. We have a seconder. I will call to vote on the amendment. No more questions.
It's not quite, well, it's a clarification, Madam Chair. I just wanted to confirm to Councillor Van Passen, the amendment that we're about to vote on is to say that an allocation of up to $20,000, blah, 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 to be funded from the Council Initiative Reserve. That is your amendment that we're about to vote on, correct? Thank you.
Okay, are we clear? I will call to vote. All those in favor of the amendment? And that does not, all of those opposed? And that amendment fails. That motion fails. Okay, now we're going to go back to Councillor Columbus's original motion, the one that Councillor Brunton seconded, and that is up on the screen. Hopefully that's everyone had a chance to read that. We know what we're voting on. And I'll call to question. All those in favor? Okay, any opposed? That carries unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. You guys can finally go now, sorry. Okay. Okay, we've dealt with the balance, we've dealt with that. Now we have item pulled by Councillor Michelli, 8.5.2. And am I doing 8.5.1 and 8.5.4, or are those already been pulled? Sorry. Yeah, they've been pulled. Okay, so Councillor Michelli, 8.5.2.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Last week, Councillor Van Andrieschie and I attended a meeting with the staff and representatives from the Walsingham Women's Institute regarding the lease agreement that staff is being directed, and that motion I'm referring to that I'm pulling, the second paragraph of which states that council directs staff to proceed with a revised lease agreement with the Walsingham Women's Institute for the South Walsingham Town Hall according to the terms outlined in this report. And that's what I'm referring to today. During the course of that meeting, the representatives from the Women's Institute had a discussion about what small or minor changes they wanted to make with the lease agreement, and staff seemed to be agreeable to those, bulk of which was completing a series of repairs in the building prior to the signing of the lease. And staff suggested that it would be best to just change that motion slightly to allow only the mayor and the clerk to execute that new lease agreement according to the terms that were outlined in the staff report, to allow for the agreement to proceed without having to bring it back to council for further approval, so that can be expedited a little bit. That was the request that was recommended by staff. And again, I did, just for staff's information, I did emphasize to the ladies at the Women's Institute in Walsingham that they do a thorough review of anything else that they might find that they feel should be in good repair when they actually take over the lease. So that's my purpose here.
Wait, no. Ms. Potter, do you have what those repairs would be? Is there a price limit on these?
Through the chair to council, sorry, I actually don't have numbers on those, and I don't know if our director of facilities is online. When we had that meeting, there were a few minor repairs that needed to be done to the building that our facility staff agreed should be done prior to the lease agreement. I don't know that that needs to be included in the lease agreement. But I'm not sure what the cost would be for those. But staff did recommend that we should have had in the original motion that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the lease agreement without coming back to council. So that was an oversight on our part, so apologies, but this would expedite being able to get that lease agreement, and perhaps maybe the bill of sale and land lease with the Port Dover and Kinsman Club as well. I'm not sure if council wants to consider that, but if we had the mayor and clerk authorized to execute the agreements, we wouldn't need to bring them back to council for review if you're okay with the terms that were outlined in the report.
Okay. All right, Councillor Michelli and then Councillor Vander.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the man with the answers has just come back into the room. So I'll direct this to Mr. Cridland. I do believe he will confirm that most of the repair items at the Women's Institute Hall were relatively minor in nature, and I did indicate to the ladies, Bill, that they would also go around and see if there were any, and actually, while I was there with them after you left, they did identify a couple of other minor repairs that they thought should be made. So I'm assuming that they have been in touch with you about that, and I'll let you speak to it.
Yeah, through the chair, you are correct. I have not heard back from the group on the additional items. However, Michael and facilities are working on the list, and some of the items that were on the list are actually incorporated in the larger exterior repairs, so I think we're in good shape, and you're right, there's nothing that is a deal breaker there. They're just small things that we can throw together before signing.
Thank you, Bill.
Councillor Vanden Rishi?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. At the end of the day, what we wanted to make sure is that this lease was going to come in effect in January. We didn't want to wait till April. We thought, let's expedite, let's get it done, let's you know what I mean? And January, we just wanted to make it an annual thing. Thank you.
Okay, do we need, now he pulled that, what do we need to do? Is it a blank slate? Okay, so we need a motion and need a seconder. Councillor Michelli? And, okay, we're just looking at do you want to look on your screen and make sure it's been captured properly? And Councillor Vanden Rishi, you want to second that? Okay. I can't believe I put my hand up. All right, and
So,
Stephanie?
Madam Chair, I am content with what is in that second paragraph, if that's what we're referring to.
Okay, and I just want Stephanie to add that point about the Kinsman Hall in the Dover.
Sure.
In Dover, to add that so that it doesn't have to come back to council, it can all just be mayor.
Yeah, through the chair, if council is interested in including that in that second or that third paragraph as well, then we wouldn't need to bring the bill of sale and land lease agreement back to council. We could authorize the mayor and clerk to execute an agreement with that group as well, just to save some time, but it's obviously up to the discretion of council.
Okay, Councillor Veary, that looks fine to you? Okay, all right, we've got the motion in front of us. We have a seconder, motion, all in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay. Councillor Van Passen, was there anything else that you pulled that I've missed? No? Okay, because when I turn the page, it says, Councillor Van Passen, you have the floor. Okay. Number 12 on our agenda, reports of sorry. Accept the report, the balance of okay. First, we will deal with the balance of those minutes. May I have a motion to approve the items 11.2 council and committee meeting minutes, June 11th, 2026, as presented with agenda items, and we already did 8.5.1, 8.5.4, and 8.5.2 excluded. Do I have a motion? Councillor Vanden Rishi, seconder. Councillor Veary, all those in favor? That is carried. Okay, reports of advisory committees. May I now have a motion to receive the minutes from the advisory committees and local boards for information? Recommendation that the following reports of advisory committees and local boards be received for information, with the exception of item 12.1. It is to be removed. The minutes are the wrong minutes for that date, so we will exclude those. So we have 12.2, Haldeman Norfolk Housing and Social Services Advisory Committee, 12.3, Long LPRCA, 12.4, Delhi BIA, 12.5, SCORE EDEC meetings, 12.6, Rec and Parks Advisory Committee meetings, 12.7, Accessibility Advisory Committee meetings, and 12.8, Grand Area Board of Health meetings. May I have a motion to receive those? Councillor Columbus, a seconder. Councillor Brunson, all those in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Staff reports, discussion items, 13.1, Public Works. 13.1.1, award of the 2026 Surface Treatment Tender Project PW-EAM-26-60, PW-26-035. Darnell Lambert, Director of Engineering, will you please introduce this report?
Happy to do so. Afternoon, Deputy Mayor and members of the committee. report PWEAM 2660 pertains to the county's 2026 surface treatment program. Specifically, we seek your approval to exclude the Dedrick and Schaefer Side Road from the 2026 program and to redirect these allocated budget funds to the remaining project accounts, and to increase the overall budget funding by $9,000. Should these program and funding adjustments be approved by council, our last request simply seeks your approval to award the project to Walker's Construction Limited, as they were the lowest bidder for this tender. Staff have brought forward this report in advance of the typical SOBAR reporting process so that the tender can be awarded in June, allowing for the works to proceed in the more favorable months of July and August, with a full completion by mid-September. As you may recall, Council authorized an additional $660,000 in funding to be directed to this program in March, which allowed the inclusion of Ireland Road, Teeter Street, and Front Road within this program. Ireland Road would be micro-serviced, while Teeter Street and Front Road will be surface treated. We also included, as was requested during the March Council meeting, a few select roads in the Boost Harbor area for treatment due to poor service conditions. While the budget funds were not specifically allocated to these roads, we did advise that they could be if they could be accomplished within the overall budget, we would proceed to complete them. So the requested program and budget adjustments before you today account for the inclusion of these roads in the Boost Harbor area. Should council approve the recommendation as presented by staff, we can move forward and execute the contract with the contractor and move forward to complete the works as tender. Should you have any questions, happy to answer.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just very quickly, Darnell, I see you had 3 bids. Who are the other 2?
Through you, one was, I think it's called Cornell was another one, and yeah. I'm lacking the other one off the top of my head. Sorry about that.
And how is it called? By the square meter, or how do you do that?
It's by the square meter.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to move the staff recommendation, including the increased budget of $9,000.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Brunton. Okay, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, Darnell. Community and Development Services 13.2.1, Development Application ZNPL 202-60652 to amend the zoning bylaw for the lands described as Township Concession 8, Part Lot 15, Part Lot 16, Part Lot 17, and Township Concession 8, Part Lot 17, Part Lot 18, CDS-26-101. Olivia Davies, will you please introduce the report?
Thank you. Through the chair to council. This file was first heard at a public hearing committee meeting on June 2nd, 2026. The applicant has proposed a zoning bylaw amendment to recognize deficient lot areas created as a result of a consent application located at 1199 and 1213 Thompson Road East. The application proposes to rezone the subject lands from agricultural to agricultural with special provisions for reduced lot area. Special provision 14.1121 will be added to Part 1 of the subject lands, and special provision 14.1122 will be added to Part 2 of the subject lands. No comments or questions were received at the public meeting held on June 2nd, and the proposal remains unchanged from what was presented at that meeting. It is the professional opinion of staff that application ZMPL 2026-065 be approved as outlined in staff recommendation report CDS 26101. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from staff or from council? Okay, do I have Councillor Van Passen?
Just a little bit more background than what the staff report. This was farms that merged in title inadvertently. Some lawyer screwed up, and now we're undoing that mistake. And as soon as something changed, now all of a sudden they've become undersized lots. So there's no nefarious reasons. It was a couple little errors that added up. So I'd be happy to move the recommendation and get this approved. So.
And a seconder for that, Councillor Duffy. Any further discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, Olivia. Development application to amend the zoning bylaw for the lands described as WDH concession to Part Lot 9, Plan 355, Part Lot 87, Plan 37M27, Part Lot 71, RP 37R 105560, Part 1, CDS-26-100. Olivia, the floor is yours again.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, this file was also first heard at the public hearing committee held on June 2nd, 2026. The applicant has proposed a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the subject lands from neighborhood institutional zone and residential R1A zone to residential R1B zone, with a holding at the lands previously severed from 17 Lynn Park Avenue with frontage on DeKelly Drive in Port Dover. Special provisions will not be added to the subject lands as part of this application. No comments or questions were received at the public meeting held on June 2nd, and the proposal remains unchanged from what was presented at that meeting. For this project, staff have recommended that a holding provision be added to the subject lands and can be removed once servicing and archaeological matters have been dealt with to the satisfaction of Norfolk County. This would be prior to any construction on the subject lands. It is the professional opinion of staff that application ZMPL 2026-034 be approved as outlined in staff recommendation report CDS 26-100. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council? Is there anyone who would like to move the staff recommendation? Councillor Van Passen?
Well, I did have a question.
Oh, sorry.
One of the conditions is that is a stage 1 archaeological assessment. And why do we need that at the planning stage? Like the comment, I think, even from Mississaugas is that they don't need that till you put a shovel in the ground. So why is the condition now here? That should be required at the building permit stage, but not at the planning stage. So.
Yeah, so the reason for the holding would be to have that come through to us before it goes to building permit. There's no mechanism at the building permit stage to require that, so the holding would have that come through to us first before any shovels are in the ground at all.
So it doesn't hold up the planning process. It's something that staff will deal with at that point at some time, and then you remove the hold before they put the shovels in.
That's correct. So the zoning will be rezoned on the property, but no construction can be done until the holding has been removed.
Okay, thank you. So be happy to move the staff rec.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Van Rishi. Any further discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Number 13.2.3, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. OPNPL 2025-365 and ZNPL 2025364, Bluegrass Estates Phase 4 Delhi CDS-26-094. Fabian Sarah, the planner, will introduce this report. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So the applicant is proposing an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to redesignate and rezone the property to allow for a draft plan of subdivision. The overall purpose of the official plan amendment is to change the designation from protected industrial to commercial for Part 1, from protected industrial to urban residential for Part 2, and from protected industrial to general industrial for parts 3 and 4, and the respective zoning amendments would also follow the same nature. For this application, there was a public hearing held on Tuesday, April 8th, 2026, and there were several comments from members of the public as well as members from council. Comments included impacts to the industrial land base of Norfolk County, streetscaping considerations, housing impacts to the existing residential neighborhood, land use compatibility, environmental considerations, as well as traffic considerations. The full list of technical comments has been included as attachment B, and the full list of public comments can be found in attachment C. To summarize the pertinent staff technical comments of interest have been provided by economic development. In terms of streetscaping considerations, we received general comments of concern, but we received a few of them. But essentially, if this application receives council approval, those items would be dealt with in the subsequent application process for draft plan of subdivision. It's understood that the primary component of this application is to change the industrial designation on the property to other types of land uses. And back in February of 2026, there was a staff report, CAO 26007, was presented in council and committee regarding the industrial land needs assessment. And at that time, the report identified 4 critical gaps, being connectivity, servicing, official plan designations, and market interest. So with that, for connectivity, the parcel sits about approximately 40 kilometers from the nearest highway interchange. The servicing components, the property is currently vacant. In terms of official plan designations, this is where this report, the two really conflict with one another, in the sense that the report indicates that official plan designations pose as a challenge, and this subject application would then be furthering that challenge, and that there would be a change in the immediate surrounding industrial properties. And so that would result in essentially a segmented industrial area. Staff have provided comments in regards to the public comments in regards to land use compatibility, environmental considerations. In terms of the report, staff provided a very detailed policy overview from the provincial level to the local Norfolk County official plan as it relates to the employment areas, vacant industrial land, and permitted uses within the industrial lands, as well as the process of changing industrial uses. Staff are of the opinion that essentially staff received a planning justification report as well as an updated planning justification report to address very specific components of the PPS, to which staff are of the opinion that those policy sections have not been adequately addressed, and that there's still missing gaps in terms of what the application is requesting and the justification provided. Specifically, in the planning justification report, it indicates that an employment land needs assessment is required to be completed as part of the Grow Norfolk study by the county to provide an analysis of area-specific industrial needs and review the applicable industrial policies to ensure the designated lands can be developed respecting the surrounding existing sensitive land uses. Therefore, staff remain of the opinion that the inclusion of the commercial and urban residential lands would create a segmented industrial area, as opposed to maintaining the intent of the area as it remaining as protected industrial, or all be considered for lesser intense industrial land uses. Further to that, staff are essentially, we're of the opinion that a full list of appropriate Class 1 land uses provided by the agent doesn't necessarily conform to the industrial categorization criteria. That's been included as an attachment, I believe it was attachment H to the planning report. The proposed uses that staff are of the opinion would not conform to the Class 1 criteria would be automobile service and repair station, contractor shop, lumber yard and building supply establishment, taxi terminal, and fire hall. So with that, the staff are of the opinion that if the application does receive council approval, that there should be an appropriate determination of the land uses that would be suitable to be on the subject lands. And essentially to conclude staff's presentation here, in the past, applications of this nature, essentially the redesignation of employment lands, were only possible via the comprehensive official plan review. However, due to recent PPS changes, updates to the employment designation no longer require that, and as a result, we have the subject application before us. It should be noted that County Council previously approved a redesignation of a portion of the lands through OPA 163. However, despite council approval, the subject lands received a decision of withheld from the province upon review of OPA 163. So staff have received a notice of decision regarding the withheld lands through OPA 63 from the province, and to clarify, the decision refuses the approval of all 7 remaining previously withheld matters that are not consistent with the PPS. To clarify, this withheld decision includes the subject lands of this respective application. In conclusion, it's staff's professional opinion, as well as the province of Ontario, that the application does not meet the intent of the Planning Act, the PPS, and does not conform to the policies of the official plan and zoning bylaw. That concludes staff's presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Fabian. Do I have any questions from council? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And Fabian, Protected industrial. My understanding is that that's the heaviest industrial designation a property can have, which could include things like noise and dust possibility. Am I correct?
Through you, you are correct. So in the attachment H that's provided, it also provides a breakdown of the D6-1 industrial categorization criteria, where it provides you an example of class 1, the types of sound, like the output of noise, dust, and vibration, as well as the scale and possible examples of those respective uses within class 1, 2, and 3.
So just to go further with this, with Argyle Avenue there, what would the setback requirement be for the DMS, is it? Minimum distance separation? What would the setback be from Argyle, where the residential units are currently, to as far back as the protected industrial would go, to set it back from the residential area? I understand, I think it's 300 meters, am I correct?
That's correct, it is 300 meters.
So that leaves very little opportunity to put a building there, anything, or to run an industrial operation.
Through you, that's correct. So essentially, a part of the reason for staff's recommendation is because staff are of the opinion that it's understood that the heaviest type of industrial has been examined. However, staff are of the opinion that there should still be consideration for lesser intense industrial uses.
I think the applicant is prepared to look at light industrial, but I'm just wondering, why is this not addressed? Like, to set it back that far, there should not be any protected industrial land available, really. Like, does the Ministry of Housing, who this was run by, do they not understand that? That if we make that land protected industrial, that you really cannot have any industrial activity there?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, we looked at it as well from the fact that adding additional urban residential lands into that area would further set back and restrict future protected industrial uses. So we understand there's urban residential right next to protected industrial right now, but we think there's better compromises than just adding more urban residential land in that location.
You mentioned better compromise. I'm glad to hear that. So what would you be happy with? What would you accept as a planner to allow something to take place there?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, it's hard to say an exact use, but to just add extra urban residential didn't meet, in our opinion, nor the province's opinion, the threshold in the provincial planning statement to remove employment lands.
Just wonder if we need more time to discuss this with the applicant to make something happen there.
Any other questions or comments from staff? From council? Sorry. Councillor Very?
Yeah, just one more time there, because I asked earlier, just could you clarify, was this refused by the ministry, or was it, because the planner or the applicant has said it wasn't refused, and the report does say refused. I just want to be clear on that.
Right, so the term is withheld, which ultimately means refuse. No?
Sorry, I'm just going to jump in. Through the chair, it was originally withheld. It has now been refused. So it was refused by the province.
Okay. Okay, so they, and in fairness, they look surprised to hear that, which, okay. So would that be something that the county would have let them know, or would that be something the ministry would have let them know?
Through the chair, it's in our staff report, but I can look at what was communicated.
Okay.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. But hasn't the PPS changed since that time, and it no longer needs provincial approval? We can now do that as a one-off at the municipal level, right? So whether it was turned down or not by the province, doesn't matter. It's up to council to decide itself whether it wants it or not, correct?
Right. Through the chair, that's correct. So they had come forward with this application prior to a decision from the province with the understanding that they were applying under a different section of the Planning Act, which allows council to make that decision.
Okay. I recently heard the OLT allowed a subdivision to go right across from a cement plant and a garbage plant and all that. So, like, I think they're pretty flexible around industry, aren't they?
Okay. Councillor Van Passen, do you have a...
Well, you asked for questions or comments. I will make a comment. Right now, we can't put industry within 300 meters of the existing homes there. We've been working with the applicant for a couple of years on this, and I think it's a wonderful idea that they've got a proposal now to buffer that we're going to start with the residential that's there already. We'll put a little commercial block in there that helps buffer, and then some light industrial that'll help it buffer more, and then the heavy industrial can stay the 300 meters away. I think it's the best use of the land. We're losing, what is it, like two hectares of in potential or industrial for residential, and by changing the roads, we're getting our access to Fertilizer Road. And I think, and I read in the comments, that we're working with the applicant to fix our current stormwater pond on an old dump site and fix that one up at the same time. So I think the benefits of the application far outweigh the possible other options, and like I'd be happy to support the original request from the applicant, but they haven't listed here the exact wording of that, so I'm not so sure how to disagree with the staff recommendation. I want to approve it, but I don't have a copy of what it is I'd want to approve. So if somebody could pull that up from the original report, I'd be happy to put that as on the floor of the motion. So,
Okay. Is that something that staff can do, to pull that up?
Through the chair, sorry, what was requested?
Go ahead, Councillor Van Passen.
what is it that the applicants were actually asking for in the original application here? That, you know, you're recommending refusal, but you're just not really telling us what you're refusing. And I had asked clerk to ask for a draft of, if we wanted to disagree with your planning recommendation, like we've asked for that in the Committee of Adjustment, you give us a draft so we don't miss any of the details that are required and all that. So is it in the original public hearings meeting that we did a few months ago?
Yes, through the chair, it is the same as in that report.
Okay, so it's got
Okay, I actually have a suggestion. How about we defer this back to staff and get all the information, or is there a timeline?
So through the chair, there is, so it's a little confusing just because there's different designations. It refers to different parts in the executive summary, and then there's a map on page 2. So you could just change it to approved. We know what you would like, and we can just bring the bylaw, send the bylaw to the next council meeting.
So take out the word refused and put approved? Okay. Is that a motion that we've got forward then? Okay, we have a motion. Councillor Columbus, you'll second that motion? Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? And that is passed unanimously. Okay, thank you, staff. Okay, corporate services, 13.3. 13.3.1 online election, additional security measures, CS-26-109. Bill Taggart, County Clerk, will you please introduce your report?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Hoffman. So this report is here for Council's consideration to amend the 2026 municipal budget for the elections. The reason or the rationale is, as Council I'm sure is aware, there's continuing cyber threats in the world. It's posing risks across all organizations and all sectors. So protecting the integrity, security, and public confidence in the municipal election remains a high priority for me as clerk who is implementing that election. This new security enhancement is now available, and that's why we're bringing it forward for Council's information. To provide a little bit of background and context, what it is something I'm sure most council members will be familiar with. It's adding a second level of authorization for an elector before they can cast a vote. So using their cell phone, they will get a security code sent back to them before they can access the voting portal. I'm sure we've all used that with banking and other institutions. This will reduce some of the risk. It'll reduce unauthorized access and align the voting experience with some security practices already used across the world for institutions, as I've just mentioned. So with that, council has two options. They can either approve the amendment to the budget or they can maintain the status quo. Staff's recommendation is that we provide for the amendment to the budget and add this level of security to our online elections. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Councillor Van Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. The online election process, and I can understand your extra security that required, and that sounds fine. How long does that, will that be for a period of time? Right from the, like, how long is this online election take place?
Through you, Madam Chair. So if I'm understanding the question, the voting period for online is October 9th through the 23rd. Is that the question?
Yeah, so it's the
So
full
2
time.
weeks.
2 weeks, just for 2 weeks. Okay. All righty. I just wanted to check with that.
So it starts at 8 a.m. on October 9th, continues through until 8 p.m. on October 23rd.
So a person, there'll be, of course, some checks and balances there. If a person decides they're going to vote online, not sure whether they did it or not, if they were to come to an actual station to vote, that would show that they had already voted.
Yes. So similar to the traditional method, we have a voters list. Once an individual votes, they're struck off the voters list, and then they're not provided access again.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to check through you to our clerk, somebody who maybe is doing this for the very first time, will there be some at least short or brief instruction about how to go through this? I know you mentioned this is basically an authentication process that we are doing, for security purposes. But will there be some way for them to know like what to do next? Because I think if I understood what you said, this is now going to be like a two-step verification.
That's correct. So there will be a continued education component that we're rolling out over the next few months to inform electors how to use the online system. We are also providing 5 different dates for online assistance. If people are interested in voting online, have some questions or concerns, they can come to those centers, and then we can assist them as municipal staff to vote online.
Very good. Thank you, Bill.
Okay. Do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimously. 13.4, Emergency and Social Services. 13.4.1, Homelessness Prevention Program Investment Plan, ESS-26-013. Angela McMillan, General Manager, Emergency and Social Services. Will you please introduce the report?
Thank you. Through you, we have Louise Level, who will be presenting on the Homeless Prevention Program Investment Plan. This is a plan where we were given 2 weeks to complete the plan and have it approved for submission. So we apologize for the lateness of the report coming through, but I will hand it over to Louise now.
Thank you. And through the chair to the members of council, thank you for receiving us today. We are here with report ESS-266-013. And we are asking for 4 recommendations for you in receipt of this report. The first is that you receive this as information. The second, that you receive the $3,610,300 from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for the purposes of the Homeless Prevention Program. We're asking that council direct staff to allocate the funding to the appropriate program categories as we've recommended in this report, and further that you approve the updated local service standards for residential service homes program and increase the per diem rate from $55 a day to $60 a day. So the background for this information is on June 8th, we received our confirmation of our annual funding allocation for the HPP program of $3,610,300. The service manager is required to put a report through to MMAH within 15 days, which makes it due on June 26th. The purpose of the HPP investment plan is to allocate that $3.6 million into 5 broader service categories in the HPP provincial funding envelope. The actual amount that we're receiving hasn't changed. This is the 4th year that we're receiving the exact same amount of money. The administration category continues to be capped at 5%, so we are recommending putting forth the maximum that we're able to in the administration category. There has not been a significant change in the allocation in each of the 4 funding categories. We do have a lot of flexibility in the HPP portfolio to be able to move the money back and forth across those 4 broad categories in order to make sure that we fully spend the allocation each year. So there isn't a huge difference in the amount that's actually in those 4 categories over the last 4 years. So we have outlined for you what we're recommending for each of the categories. We do have a communication embargo on this funding envelope, so unfortunately we're not allowed to speak at great length about the programs that it's supporting today at this time, but we are prepared to bring back a more detailed report for you once we receive approval from MMAH to be able to speak about it in open session. And the last thing that we're looking for this year, again, as we review the residential services home program, some will remember that formerly this program was called the domiciliary hostel program, and it's a program that allows folks that are experiencing homelessness or are at risk of homelessness because they need help with their activities of daily living. It allows a supported arrangement for them to live in so that they are not experiencing homelessness. And we have not changed the per diem in more than 10 years. We did a review of the per diem in 2021, and we determined that we were still within the average rate per day for the per diem, and we did not recommend a change at that time. So we've done another review of that average rate across the province, and it has increased significantly to around $63 a day as a provincial average for this program. So we are recommending this year that we raise our rate to $60 a day. That is in line with where we have typically fallen in the provincial average, and it does allow our providers to remain viable operators of the program. And we are able to absorb that in the current allocation of $3.6 million. So with that, I will open it up to questions.
Okay. Questions from council? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. We discussed this on Monday with the Health and Social Services Advisory Committee, and I brought this up at that time as well, that we want to raise the per diem because it hasn't been raised in a lot of years, and we don't want to leave it to those providers to absorb that extra cost. But at the same time, this is going to be the first year that we are using levy dollars to support this program to the tune of $226,000 from Norfolk and $150,000 from Haldeman. And I guess it's okay for us to absorb the extra cost with our levy, but we can't let anybody else do it. And again, I think staff mentioned it hasn't been changed in 4 years. And I think, and my fellow members have to remind me, at Health and Social Service Advisory, we asked that we send a letter, was it on this report or on the other one or on both? Both. That neither one has had a raise in, or an increase in 4 years, and they've reduced our share for administration from 10% down to 5%, so we're actually getting cut back on what we actually use. So staff have recognized 4 things they're asking for. Do we add the 5th one, that we also include a letter to both levels of government to get long-term sustainable funding? And might also note, we have to decide today, get the application in this week to get funding for this year. We should have had this sort of announcement in what our funding would be last fall, so you can actually create a budget. We're halfway through the year. So can we include that extra line in there that we correspond with the minister and ministry and lodge our complaints?
Yes, that was brought forth by Councillor Van Den Riche as well. Actually, for a moment, could I pass the chair to Councillor Veery? Go ahead.
Oh, nothing, I was going to say nothing would please me more. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you. Councillor Van Passen brought it up. It's been on my mind, and this isn't the route I usually go, so I'm a little shocked with myself, but I'm not thrilled with the amount of dollars on the levy. I'm not comfortable with it. And I think we need to find a way to use the funding that we have in the manner that it was meant for, and we need to remove those dollars from the levy. I think it's the only fair thing to do for the taxpayers. And like I said, it's not normally me, usually when it comes to social services, but it's just, and homelessness obviously is on the mind of everybody in our community right now. It was forefront, obviously, with the recent encampment situation. And I think the community's starting to wonder maybe where all of the funding is for Norfolk County going and what we're able to accomplish with that funding. But first off is, my recommendation is that we don't continue with the funding on the levy. So that is a motion I would like to make. If I don't have support, that's fine, I understand, but I just wanted to bring that forward. So, thank you.
Okay, we have a mover. Is there a seconder for Councillor Huffman's motion? Oh, Al, you can't second a motion, bud. Oh, sorry, Councillor Clements, you were going to second it? Yes. Okay, that's seconded. Please.
If I may, thank you, Councillor Very, through you to Council. I just wanted to offer a little bit of context that may be helpful as Council considers this. So the levy dollars referred to in the report are not programming costs. So any of the programming costs that staff are speaking to regarding the RSH program, those are all covered within provincial funding. So the only levy dollars that are being referred to in the report are related to administrative costs. And so those are already approved in the 2026 adopted final budget. So there's no levy change based on this from what council's approved for 2026. I just wanted to kind of share that as you're considering.
Thank you. Councillor Van Passen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did bring this same kind of question up at committee that, yeah, we're in the budget, got same answer, well, administrative cost. No, it's still cost, it's levy dollar. And okay, we're halfway through the year. Just don't let it happen again. We better see the budget for 2027 without the use of $250,000 of levy dollars to support these programs. Typical here, we'll fund an entirety of a program and gradually they just take it away and we end up funding the whole shebang pretty soon. So it was brought up at committee, but I think we're too far through the year to actually make the change, and it's already, yeah, it's explained it's administrative cost, right? Okay, well, same way they explained the MAT tax, right? We were going to do that, right?
Okay, so I have Councillor Duthie, but I want to caution you on shebang. That may be a point of order for language, so just be.
Thank you, Acting Chair. You guys can take that outside. I appreciate the sentiment, and generally speaking, I would typically agree in that it's really, this is the province's problem and we're just trying to solve it for them. However, I think it's very difficult to consider not funding that off the levy, given certainly staff's points that, you know, the amount hasn't increased, but I would suggest to you, and we probably all see it, that the problem has certainly increased. And so how we are meant to do that with the same funds, I don't really know. So it's really unfortunate that there isn't an increase, and so to the point of sending a letter, fully support that. And what I would say is that some of us are attending the AMO conference later this summer. This should very much be a topic of conversation, and an urgence that says, look, we are considering not funding this on levy dollars in future years, so either the service is going to be cut and more people will be affected by that, or you're going to have to help us do it, because the way this is working right now simply isn't. But I wouldn't support the motion as it is right now.
Okay, thank you. Back to staff. Was there somebody, Al, that you're pointing to? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Thank you. Through you to the chair. I just wanted to recognize and thank you for the suggestion regarding the letter and the advocacy to the provincial and the federal government. That is underway, and certainly we will include those recommendations in there. Just want to point out that it is not new money that is being asked for within this report. This is money that has already been approved for. Largely, that funding is due to interdepartmental charges as well as the reduction of the 10% to 5% in admin costs. And so those admin costs are funds that support the program but aren't client-facing, are front-facing, so still very important in terms of the service delivery and organization and funding for that particular program. We will absolutely take under consideration for 2027. We will do a fulsome review and find some efficiencies where we're able to and continue with our advocacy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Was there any other behind me? No? Okay, so with all that, then we have,
Sorry, one more
Sure.
comment, sorry, through the chair. To you, just wanted to identify that we did move the recommendation for the letters to go through the provincial and the federal government onto the housing services report. Did you want to see it on both? Just be my question. Both. Thank you.
Okay, so we had, just for everyone listening, we had into the not into the microphone, but both. That's where we're going. So, okay, so we have a motion. It's been seconded. Can we see that again there, Clerk?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So actually, if Councillor Huffman could, or Deputy Mayor Huffman could repeat her motion. Okay. I'm not sure we captured it completely.
Okay.
Councillor Huffman, could you repeat your motion for us?
Well, can I withdraw it? Okay, just based on the information, not the information, but understanding that these dollars, as Ms. Fanning said, they're already committed. I understand that. It's just kind of going through and looking at the next year and how we can be more efficient and effective to our community members. So I wholly support letters going, and I love what Councillor Duffy said at AMO. Yeah, this is a problem that we're taking on, that the province should be funding more money. They always want us to do more with less, and it's not fair to the taxpayers, for the staff, and for the individuals who need these services. So I will withdraw my motion.
Okay, if there's nothing else, then I'll pass the chair back to Deputy Mayor Huffman.
Okay.
We're good?
Yep. I feel like I have a split personality or something. Okay. Yeah? Oh, Councillor Van Passen.
I think the letter's intended to come from the mayor and council, not from staff, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Councillor Duffy, seconder. Councillor Vanden Rishi. Any further questions? Seeing none. All in favor? Okay, and that motion is carried. 13.4.2, provincial allocation of Canada Ontario Community Housing Initiative, COCHI, and Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative, OP, and investment. I should have paid more attention, Heidi, when you were saying all those acronyms before. An investment plan 2026-2027, ESS 26-10. Angela McMillan, or are you doing the report? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, today I will be presenting staff report ESS 26010, provincial allocation of OFI and COCHI funding and investment plan 26-27 be received as information, and that council accepts the COCHI funding in the amount of $998,100 and the OFI funding in the amount of $332,300. That council authorized the treasurer and clerk to sign the required transfer payment agreement with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And that council approved the per program funding allocations as outlined in this staff report. Please note the following recommendation is an amendment to the report. That council asks staff to send a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing provincially and to our federal members of parliament to ask for an increase to provincial funding. Further, that the Coachie and Ophi investment plan containing the per program allocations be submitted to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, as well as our members of parliament. Coachie and Ophi represent the primary funding sources currently available to support affordable housing in our community. Over the years, this funding has come under various funding names, but at present it is delivered through the Coachie and Ophi program. The purpose of Coachie is to help maintain and strengthen our stock of community housing. This is capital funding that can be used for new community housing, as well as repairs to existing community housing. For this fiscal year, staff are proposing to allocate $500,000 to the new build component, $448,195 to the repair stream, and in addition, $41,935 will be retained by the service manager for program administration. The OFI program contains funding that is used to assist the broader community with affordable housing. This year, $16,615 will be allocated to administration. $166,909 will be allocated to capital programs, and $148,776 will be allocated to the rental assistance stream of the OFI program. We do have a media embargo as well on this funding, similar to the HPP, and are unable to speak to specific project details. With that, I will open it up for any questions. Thank you.
Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I guess we have to thank the province and to supporting us in Canada as well. But at the end of the day, these are programs that they set in place, and then at the end of the day, we're short of dollars. So again, I repeat the message from Councillor Van Passen that we too should send a letter on behalf of the Mayor and Council supporting more dollars to come towards us, because it is very, very tight. I've seen it many, many times that the province and the feds will give us dollars, start a program up, and then go, see you later, hope you can fund this yourselves. Thank you very much for the report.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, and I'm not sure if it's best directed to Ms. Orton or through Ms. McMillan. And I should have asked this on the previous HPP report, but I think these were also presented to Haldimand County Council yesterday. Were they approved in both?
Through the chair, yes, they were approved.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm happy to move the staff recommendation when you're ready.
Okay. Any other comments? Or sorry, any other questions? Not comments, just questions. Okay. Is there a seconder for the staff recommendation? Councillor Vanden Rishi. All right. Any further questions? No. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Office of the Chief Administrator, 13.5. There is nothing. 14. 14, bylaws. Do we have any council member wishing to speak to any of the bylaws before us today for approval before consideration? First, we have a drainage bylaw that will only be read a first and second time. 14.1, bylaw 2026-54, being a bylaw to provide the drainage works and the Corporation of Norfolk County for the PF Potter's Drain, first and second reading. Recommendation that the bylaw 2026-54, being a bylaw to provide for drainage works and the Corporation of Norfolk County for the PF Potter's Drain, be read a first and second time. May I have a motion to read bylaw 2026-54, being a bylaw to provide for drainage works in the Corporation of Norfolk County for the PF Potter's Drain, be read a first and second time? Councillor Brenton, and a seconder, Councillor Michelli. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor? And that motion is carried. Now, may I have a mover to approve the following, that bylaws 2026-55 to 2026-59 consecutively be read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed in open council. Councillor Brenton, seconder, Councillor Veery, all those in favor? Okay. Recommendations that bylaws 2026-55 to 2026-59 consecutively be read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed in open council. Do I have to read all these? No, okay, all right. All right, and you have those in your reports, obviously. So a motion, we already have that. I did that. A motion to receive those bylaws from 14.2 to 14.6. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Van Rishi, seconder. Councillor Michelle. Any discussion? All in favor? There. No motions, no notice of motions. 17, other business. And remember, other business is other business. We have to be careful. Councillor Duffy.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what that meant.
Well, we can't spring stuff on staff that if it was going to be something like that, we have to have given them
it's okay.
notice.
No, I don't need it tomorrow. Next week is fine. I'm just joking. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, this is, and I'm not sure, to be fair, if it should be another business or a notices of motion. I know coming up at a future CIC council, we'll be discussing waste collection. I'm not specifically related to Condo Corps, I believe, but while I don't anticipate that this needs to come back before then, I will be bringing forward a reconsideration related to recycling collection in the IC&I sector, industrial, commercial, and institutional. So just to make you aware that I'll work with staff on bringing that forward, but this is something I have heard repeatedly and weekly from businesses in our community and certainly here in the town of Simcoe. So I would like us to consider other options, and it doesn't have to be guaranteed pickup. I've seen in other communities, I know in Oxford it's an opt-in thing, so that will be coming forward to provide some direction to staff. I'm just making that aware at this point.
That's great to hear, because I was in favor of that. I didn't want us to reduce that service to our small businesses and things. So, all right. Any other business? Okay, seeing none. General announcements. Councillor Van Rishi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As you've probably all noticed, there's a local leadership initiative by Timbermark Canada out there, and we are very privileged to have Roger DeMeester running in that. There are 4 people running across Canada, and if you can, and encourage everyone to go out and make sure that they vote. It's online. Because we're down about 100 votes or something like that, but we'd love that gets out there to the general public to get out there and vote for Roger DeMeester. And what happens here is $18,000 is up for grabs, and that will help the local Langton Arena with its local hockey program. It's a great initiative, and it helps lots of the local league players play. So that's one thing that I'd like that everybody could help out with that, and I appreciate the local media has done some work on that to put it out there. So if we can continue with that, maybe we can push Roger over the top. The second thing I'd like to announce is that on behalf of the Langton Firefighters Association, the fireworks show is coming up again, and we invite everybody to come out to Langton. This year it is on July the 4th. It's a great evening that we have. There's lots of things for the kids to do and lots of goodies to hand out, as well as an amazing fireworks show. So that'll take place July the 4th. And on behalf of the Langton Fire Department, I'd like to welcome again everybody, but also like to thank them for their initiative of doing that in our community. So those are the 2 announcements I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Hopefully Roger gets those more than 100 votes. And that gentleman is just part of Langton Arena. He's a fixture there. Councillor Columbus?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And this morning, I, in the company of Deputy Mayor Huffman, attended the official opening of the People Care Center in Delhi. It's a long-term care facility. If you ever get a chance to tour it, by all means take it up or make the drive to Delhi. It is a very beautiful place, and it's got the various culture. The walls are all decorated with tractors driving in fields and that type of thing. So very nice, and I hear there's a waiting list to get in there. My wife said maybe we should put our name in.
Yeah, there's an 80-person wait list already. And it was lovely that we had MPP Dawn Gallagher join us today. And she was there on behalf of, she's parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Long-Term Care. And MPP Bobby Ann Brady was there as well as Councillor Columbus and myself. And just fabulous place. So they're now building, I believe, in Tilsonburg and then Woodstock. So, yeah, all around. Any other business? Or, sorry, general announcements. Okay, closed session. We have no closed session today. Number 20, confirming bylaw. May I have a motion to approve bylaw 2026-60, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council? Recommendation that the bylaw 2026-60, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the the Council of Norfolk County at this regular council meeting held on the 23rd day of June 2026, be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed in open council. May I have a mover for that? Councillor Van Den Riche, seconder Councillor Veery. All those in favor? All right, here's my favorite. 20, adjournment. May I have a motion to adjourn at 5:35 p.m.? Councillor Michelli, and seconder? Councillor Columbus. All right, all in favor? There. Thank you very much, everybody, for bearing with me today. There were a few little jigs in the road, but I think we got it all covered. So everybody have a great night.